The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 14th, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable Michael Guest to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House on January 6, 2026, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leader and the minority whip limit to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, on the eve of our nation's 250th birthday, Zoran Mamdani sat at George Washington's desk and painted a dystopian picture of America, an oligarchy based on exploitation, discrimination, nativism, and bondage. Well, stripping away the anti-American rhetoric, he seemed to make 3 general points. First, that America is so racist and xenophobic that many insist it, quote, belongs only to those with the right accent or the right shade of skin. Yet even as he spoke these words, foreign soccer fans with every accent and skin shade flooded social media to tell of their delight at the openness, hospitality, prosperity, happiness, abundance, and big-heartedness of Middle America. Indeed, America welcomes more foreign immigrants than any other country in the world. But we insist that those who come to America do so with a sincere desire to become loyal Americans, to adopt a common language, a common culture, and a common appreciation of American constitutional principles and traditions, and to raise their children to revere and appreciate this country. It's called assimilation. It's why we have immigration laws. That's the only way to build one great nation and one great people from all the nations and people of the world. Illegal immigration destroys that process. Mamdani, like so many on the left, obstruct our immigration laws and vilify those who enforce them. Yet if we don't enforce our immigration laws, then we have no immigration laws. Without immigration laws, we have no border, and without a border, we have no country. Is it possible Mamdani does not understand this, or is this his ultimate aim? His second point is that American exceptionalism derives not from the principles of liberty proclaimed in the Declaration of Independence, but rather that these principles can be exchanged for others. And Mr. Mamdani has one in mind: socialism. But freedom and socialism are 2 antithetical and incompatible things. Our fundamental natural rights as human beings come to us either from God or from government. If from God, the right to chart our own course through life, develop our own talents, supply our own industry, and enjoy the fruit of our own labors are a birthright and are inalienable. But if these rights come from government, then they can be extended or withdrawn at the whim of those in power. Mr. Mamdani and his friends will decide how much you may earn, where and how you can live, which groups will receive the favors of government and which will be denied them, who must live under the law and who can live above it, even the temperature that you must set your thermostat. Wherever the socialists take control, we see this fundamental change, and there is nothing exceptional about it. It is the consistent product of socialist regimes: confiscatory taxes, chronic shortages of basic necessities, rampant homelessness, rising crime, bitter racial strife, failing schools, shuttered businesses, and ultimately fleeing families. His third point is that our founding principles create inequalities so vast that in America, quote, children go to sleep hungry while the world's first trillionaire hungers for more. Well, no one starves in America. Indeed, the poorest Americans today are wealthier than the vast majority of mankind. And yes, in America, extraordinary individuals, including legal immigrants, can achieve extraordinary success. The left loves to dehumanize them as oligarchs. Their vast fortunes were made because consumers found value in their products and freely bought them. They've provided mankind with quantum leaps in technological progress that in turn produced the jobs and goods and services that provide Americans with a prosperity and standard of living unparalleled throughout the world. As John F. Kennedy reminded us, a rising tide lifts all boats. The true oligarchs are the socialists who use the power of government to plunder the earnings of productive Americans in order to enrich themselves and their acolytes. As Winston Churchill warned, the inherent vice of capitalism is the unequal sharing of blessings. The inherent virtue of socialism is the equal sharing of miseries. Mr. Speaker, if America follows Mr. Mamdani, it will not be the first civilization to succumb to the siren song of a benevolent, all-powerful government. But every civilization that's done so is awakened one morning to discover that the benevolence is gone and that the all-powerful government remains. The American founders feared that one day a generation might emerge that has lost the memory of freedom. Let that not be the legacy of our generation. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez, for 5 minutes.
Lorenzo Salgado, como cualquier papá, debió haber llegado a su casa recibido por su esposa y sus hijos en la tarde del 7 de julio. Debió haberse sentado en su patio como lo hacía cada tarde, escuchando su música y jugando con su perro. Pero Lorenzo no regresó ese día, falleció a manos de ICE. Lorenzo tenía 52 años, pasó 35 de esos años construyendo casas en Houston, casas que para muchas familias fueron su sueño americano. Lorenzo abrió su propio negocio y cuando alguien tocaba su puerta buscando trabajo, Lorenzo les daba trabajo. Su hijo lo describe como un creador de empleos para mucha gente, trabajadores igual que él. Tenía 3 hijos, un maestro, un ingeniero y un joven que estudia ingeniería. El 7 de julio, Lorenzo se levantó antes del amanecer como cada día de su vida. A las 7 de la mañana ya estaba trabajando, manejando su van, llevando a su equipo a un sitio de construcción. And then an ICE officer shot him. He wasn't even the man that they were looking for. And 7 days later, we have no body camera footage, no dash camera footage, and 0 accountability. We don't even know the identity of the officers who were involved. But we do know that he was a father of 3 who worked overtime to provide for his family. He was killed on his way to work, and this administration expects us to take their word that this was a justifiable killing. Desafortunadamente no podemos hacer nada para curar el dolor de la familia de Lorenzo, ni el dolor de la familia de Renee Good, madre ciudadana estadounidense, asesinado en su carro en Minneapolis, ni por la familia de Alex Pretty, enfermero que cuidaba a nuestros veteranos, ciudadano americano, matado mientras defendía a una mujer en la calle, ni por la familia del joven que ICE mató ayer en Biddeford, Maine, un joven cuyo nombre todavía ni siquiera conocemos, pero alguien en este momento lo está esperando en su casa y no va a llegar. We were told that this was about dangerous, violent criminals, that Trump's immigration enforcement was going to target the worst in this nation, but instead it's made everyone unsafe. Latinos, for the way that we look, and any American who dares to stare in between them. Nobody, nadie, is safe when armed agents answer to no one. This administration says Lorenzo was shot because he looked like someone they were searching for. Well, in America, there is no death penalty for looking like someone else and driving to work. And yet here we are. Yo vengo de la frontera y de una familia de inmigrantes y conozco a los Lorenzos de este país, en Texas, en Nuevo México, aquí en Washington y a través del país. Se levantan antes del amanecer, piscan el chile en Hatch, cuidan el ganado en nuestros campos, construyen casas en Las Cruces, Albuquerque y Houston. Y a esa comunidad no le voy a decir solamente los veo. Las palabras no detienen las balas. Les digo, vamos a pelear por ustedes en esta Cámara, en las Cortes y marchando a su lado. Lorenzo Salgado debía haber llegado a su casa. En su honor y en honor de René, de Alex y del joven que perdimos ayer en Maine, no vamos a descansar hasta que cada familia en este país pueda esperar a los suyos en la mesa sin miedo. Y hoy doy este discurso en inglés y en español sin miedo para reforzar que somos una nación de inmigrantes y vamos a seguir siendo una nación de inmigrantes. Lorenzo cried out, "Me están matando. They're killing me." The they were ICE agents. The they was paid by your tax dollars. The they answers only to this administration. It does not answer to the people. Later today, many in this chamber will have the privilege of going home to dinner with their loved ones. Lorenzo Salgado Araujo should have had it too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman will provide a translation of his remarks. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 70th anniversary of President Dwight D. Eisenhower signing the Federal Aid Highway Act of 1956. President Eisenhower, a proud son of Abilene, Kansas, understood that a strong transportation network was essential to America's future. His vision for the interstate highway system helped fuel generations of America's growth. In Kansas, we see that legacy every day. Interstate 70 runs through the heart of our state, connecting communities like Goodland, Colby, Quinter, Hayes, Russell, Salina, Abilene, Manhattan, Topeka, Lawrence, and Kansas City. It helps farmers, ranchers, manufacturers, and first responders move through the center of America while serving as a lifeline for Kansas. 70 years later, President Eisenhower's legacy still reminds us that common sense infrastructure strengthens our economy, improves our national security, and connects America's families. I'm proud that the father of the interstate highway system called Abilene, Kansas home, and I look forward to getting America back to building again. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Martha Mendoza for 25 years of dedicated service to the people of Kansas. In July 2001, Martha began working for Senator Pat Roberts in his Dodge City office. Over the next 2 decades, she earned the trust of Kansans across the region and ultimately served as Senator Roberts' district director for 8 years. When I was elected to Congress in 2021, Senator Roberts personally recommended I hire Martha because he knew her character, her work ethic, and the genuine care she brings to every Kansan who asks for help. I'm grateful that she agreed to continue her service as my constituent services director. Today, Martha still works in the same Dodge City office where she began her public service career 25 years ago. During that time, she's helped countless Kansans navigate federal agencies, resolve difficult casework, and find answers during some of the most stressful moments of their lives. Martha works long hours, follows through, and treats every person who calls or walks through the door with dignity and compassion. She understands that public service is about helping people, and she has spent her career putting others' lives in front of her own. Martha is a trusted colleague, a devoted mother of Joe, Gio, and Alexis, and a tireless advocate for the people of the Big First District. Martha, thank you for your 25 years of faithful service to Kansans. Our state is better because of your work, and I'm honored to have you on our team. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, President Vladimir Zelensky established July 15th as Statehood Day for Ukraine, but we spend another year on this date wondering when Ukrainian people will be able to celebrate without threats from Russia. The length of the war in Ukraine has recently surpassed World War I, and it is an outrage that Ukraine has been forced to incur staggering casualties and defend its territory against a relentless dictator. Families are being torn apart, and fear is an everyday part of life for Ukrainians. We have a duty to support nations that are aiming to secure life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for their citizens. That's why I firmly reassert the need to continue funding Ukraine's defense. From the floor of the House of Representatives, I extend my regards to our Ukrainian friends and allies. May you soon honor your statehood during a time of peace. Mr. Speaker, in New York and across the country, we are in an affordable housing crisis. According to the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, a household in the New York City region making the median income would need to spend 65% of their income to afford the average home. No family should have to spend over half of their income on housing. That is why this week I introduced the Home Mortgage Interest Credit Act and the Senior Accessible Housing Tax Credit Act. These bills will create new tax credits on mortgage interest and home modifications to help families better afford home ownership and allow seniors to age in place. As county executive, I work to construct affordable housing units and deliver options for families looking to move to my home county of Westchester. But more action is needed. We must work toward a sustained, all-of-government approach through funding, tax policy, and regulatory reform to fully tackle this affordability problem. The bills I introduced today will deliver relief to young families taking on a mortgage to purchase their first home, and to seniors who need to update their bathroom or install a ramp to allow them to age in place. While the President claims that no one cares about housing, I look forward to moving these common sense proposals forward with my colleagues to make affordable housing available again. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize New York Blood Center and all community blood centers across the United States who ensure a stable blood supply for patients in our hospitals. Blood can only come from generous donors, and patients in need are relying on volunteers to roll up our sleeves and give them the gift of life. But right now, the New York Blood Center is in its second blood emergency of the summer. Significantly critical low levels of blood supply exist for the state. In the United States, someone needs blood every 2 seconds, and while more than 60% are eligible to donate blood, only about 3% of Americans do. If just 1% more volunteers donated blood, we could alleviate the blood shortages that endanger the blood supply each season. I want to thank the millions of Americans who already regularly donate blood and encourage others to join them. And I want to commend the work being done at the New York Blood Center, which has been serving the tri-state area for more than 60 years and today serves more than 200 hospitals and EMS partners with more than 500,000 life-saving blood products. Together, we can work to ensure that no matter when a person needs it, there will be blood available to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Pella High School Marching Dutch on their trip to our nation's capital for the 250th National Independence Day celebration. Led by 21-year-old band director Damian Place, the Pella Marching Dutch includes 225 talented high school students. Participation in the band gives students the opportunity to develop leadership, discipline, teamwork, and a commitment to excellence that will serve them well after graduation. I know this firsthand because my children participated in band and orchestra. While the Independence Day parade was unfortunately canceled because of the extreme heat, the students made the most of their once-in-a-lifetime trip. They adapted and played a special pop-up performance at the Upper Senate Park, allowing visitors to experience this talented Iowa band. They also attended the National Symphony Orchestra's 4th of July concert and fireworks, visited our nation's iconic monuments, and explored the Smithsonian museums. Our community in Pella is extremely supportive of its band program. These students work hard, represent Iowa with pride, and demonstrate the positive impact school music programs have on our youth. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize my constituent, Sheriff Robert Rotter, who was recently confirmed by the Senate to serve as U.S. Marshal for the Northern District of Iowa. Sheriff Rotter joined Iowa County Sheriff's Office in 1990 and has dedicated more than 3 decades to public service. Before his nomination, Sheriff Rotter was serving his 5th term as the Iowa County Sheriff, earning a reputation of leadership, service, and commitment to the people of Iowa County and Iowa. Throughout his career, Sheriff Rotter has remained dedicated to keeping our communities safe. As the Iowa County Sheriff, he spearheaded a program to properly dispose of expired and unused prescriptions and over-the-counter medications, preventing drugs from falling into the wrong hands. He also initiated a countywide active shooter program that helped train over 1,500 students, teachers, industrial, and retail employees. Sheriff Rotter's hard work, leadership, and commitment to protecting others have earned him this amazing opportunity to continue serving our state and nation. Congratulations, Sheriff Rotter, and thank you for your dedicated service to Iowa County and Iowa. Mr. Speaker, I rise today for the Iowa families who have been priced out of the American dream. Across this country, the average first-time home buyer is now 40 years old, an all-time high. In contrast, I purchased my first home as a young captain in the Army at age 22. And our nation is short as many as 5.5 million homes. The share of first-time home buyers has fallen by half since 2007. Iowa families feel this every single day. Young couples work hard, save diligently, and still cannot afford a home in the communities they grew up in, and rental prices have increased as well. The 21st Century Road to Housing Act changes that. It cuts red tape, strangling home construction, so we build more homes and lower costs for buyers and renters alike. And it stops big Wall Street firms from buying up single-family homes, because Iowa homes belong to Iowa families, not hedge funds. This is the most significant housing reform in a generation, and it's now law. To every Iowan chasing their first home, help is on the way. The American dream is worth fighting for, and I'll never stop fighting for you. Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend a birthday greeting to the oldest of my 7 siblings, Richard Miller. Happy birthday, Richard. Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend birthday greetings to the youngest of my 7 siblings, Mary Eleanor Martino. Happy birthday, Mary Eleanor. With that, I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Gomez, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, 13 months ago, when Trump's immigration raids began in my district, I warned exactly where this was headed. I warned that if ICE agents were allowed to operate without accountability, that violence would escalate. I warned that people would die. I didn't want to be right, but here we are. This isn't normal. This isn't law enforcement. This is lawlessness. No due process, no Miranda rights. Instead, some in Trump's ICE are acting as judge, jury, and executioner. This is what happens when people who wear the badge are told that rules don't apply to them. Over the last year, we witnessed ICE become more violent, more reckless, and more deadly. We've witnessed masked agents jump out of unmarked vehicles. We witnessed people tackled, beaten, and shot. We've even seen children used as bait to detain their parents. And what has this administration done? What have congressional Republicans done? Not a darn thing. No accountability, no transparency, no consequences. Last week, Lorenzo Salgado Aranjo left work and never came home. His son Ronaldo said something every member of this chamber should hear. Quote, "He did not deserve to die. He did not deserve to be reduced to a headline of Mexican man shot and killed by ICE. He deserved to live a quiet life as Lorenzo Salgado Aranjo, a husband, a father, and a job creator." End quote. Then yesterday, a little girl in Maine watched her father's lifeless body being carried away by ICE. Think about that. 2 fathers, 2 families, shattered. And in both cases, ICE wasn't even targeting the men who died. ICE claims these men used their vehicles as weapons, but local news videos tell a different story. It shows unmarked vehicles following them. It shows what happens before the shootings. And it shows that ICE wasn't wearing body cameras despite its own policies. This administration is asking Americans not to believe our own eyes over and over again. That is not acceptable. What's even more unacceptable is that my Republican colleagues have watched this happen and responded by giving ICE billions of dollars more. How many more families have to bury a loved one before Republicans admit that something is deeply wrong? The truth is, they know it's wrong. They're just too afraid to say it, too afraid of Donald Trump, too afraid of political consequences. And I know, and they know, where this leads. When these raids began in Los Angeles, I flew immediately back from Washington to conduct oversight and protect my communities. When the Trump administration tried to block me from inspecting ICE detention centers, I sued them and won. I've trained legal observers to document ICE abuses, organized town halls, and introduced legislation to reclaim Trump's $175 billion ICE slush fund and put it into housing. Every representative here has a choice. They can keep writing blank checks for fear and abuse, or they can join us in saying enough. Enough lawlessness, enough brutality, enough deaths. We warned this country what would happen. We warned that without accountability, that violence would escalate. We warned that people would die. Now hear this warning. If you committed a crime, if you violated the Constitution, if you thought your badge put you above the law, you are wrong. We are watching. The American people are watching. And history is watching. And no matter who you are or the title you hold, you will be prosecuted. Accountability is coming. With that, I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the life of a very, very special, very amazing person, of Bucks County resident Pearline Compton, whose 94 years were defined by faith, family, and hard work, and a remarkable commitment to serving others. Born in Kelly, Louisiana, Pearline grew up with the values of humility, perseverance, and deep devotion to those whom she loved. As a young woman, she moved to Pennsylvania, carrying those values with her and planting new roots in her own community. Though she began her life in the South, she became a proud Pennsylvanian, building strong and unbreakable ties to her new adopted home. Pearline worked for more than 33 years as a skilled press operator for Falls Manufacturing in Fairless Hills in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, never missing a day of work. But Pearline's greatest legacy was not only in what she did at work, it was how she loved and cared for her family. In 1986, after the passing of her beloved niece, Eula Mae Hamilton, Pearline opened her heart and her home to Eula's daughters, Cassandra and Valerie. She raised them as her own, believing that family is not defined solely by blood, but rather by love, by compassion, and by commitment. Through her quiet strength and her steady presence, she gave those girls a foundation they needed to learn, to grow, and to thrive, and that they did. Even in her retirement, Pearline did not stop serving others. She continued to pour into her community through the Children of God educational services in historic Bristol Borough in Bucks County. There she shared her wisdom. She shared her kindness with children and with families, offering support and a powerful example of what it means to live a life that is rooted in service. Whether through a kind word, a listening ear, or a simple act of generosity, Pearline made sure that people felt seen, felt valued, and felt cared for. Pearline inspired so many people and supported countless organizations throughout her life. Without fanfare, without recognition, she did not seek the spotlight. She simply did what needed to be done day in, day out, year after year. That quiet, consistent faithfulness is one of the highest forms of public service, and it speaks to her character. Mr. Speaker, while Pearline began her journey in Louisiana, she became an irreplaceable part of the fabric of Lower Bucks County. Her story is a story of so many who came to Pennsylvania seeking opportunity and helped build a stronger, more caring community for all of us. Today, we honor Pearline. We honor Pearline Compton's life, her legacy of love, her resilience, her service. She reminds us that one person's kindness, lived out over a lifetime, can transform not only a family, but can transform generations, especially that of our young people. On behalf of Pennsylvania's 1st Congressional District, Mr. Speaker, we extend our deepest gratitude for her example and our heartfelt sympathies to all whom she loved and all who loved her so dearly. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the remarkable life and work of Beatrice B. Lumpkin, a union organizer, workers' rights activist, academic, and writer who passed away on June 14th at the age of 107 years. B was a fierce defender of working-class people and an active fighter for civil rights. She was called by some the rock of the labor movement because she grounded us and taught us how to stay committed to the search for justice and equity for those without power. B marched along with Dr. Martin Luther King in Chicago and was an ally of the Black Panther Party. She was present at every key moment of our labor and civil rights movement for nearly 90 years, up to the recent No Kings marches. Her engagement with the movement began with the factory job when she was 14 years old. She helped organize the Metal and Machinery Workers Industrial Union, part of the newly formed Congress of Industrial Organizations. Her persistence and determination were best exemplified when Wisconsin Steel, the plant her husband Frank worked at, abruptly closed and 3,400 workers lost their jobs. For 17 years, the Lumpkins led a successful fight for those workers to receive back pay. As recently as 2024, B was focused on intergenerational work with youth activists and joined the Starbucks workers as they began organizing. As a retiree, she expanded her activism on issues such as climate justice, the rights of retired workers, and consumer protection against overcharges from utility companies. B believed our job is to make the world a better place. She found joy in the work she did and inspired others, including me, to continue fighting. The labor movement has lost a giant. Rest in power, B. Lumpkin. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Antonio Tony Ortiz, who recently concluded 26 years of dedicated service at Cristo Rey Jesuit High School, including 16 years as president. For 30 years, Cristo Rey has transformed lives by providing a Catholic college preparatory education integrated with professional work experience. Today, the school serves students who are 100% bilingual, 90% first generation, with a median family income of $43,000. Cristo Rey has nearly 3,000 alumni, 15 of whom now work at the school. But Tony's greatest accomplishment is the culture he built that proudly reflects the strength of my district. The vast majority of students, alumni, faculty, and staff live and maintain deep ties to the 4th District of Illinois, making the school a strong pillar of the surrounding community. Under Tony Ortiz's leadership, Cristo Rey Jesuit has become a model of educational excellence nationwide, and his vision has helped the school grow into a national network of more than 40 schools serving over 13,000 students across the country each day. I thank Tony Ortiz for his remarkable service and wish him all the best in the years ahead. He has left a lasting legacy in our community. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the Hot House Center for International Performance and Exhibition, popularly known in Chicago as Hot House. The Hot House is known for its programming of jazz and world music concerts, its multidisciplinary events, and its focus on creating opportunities for artistic practices and performances. Hot House has taken the arts into underserved communities, fostering the international exchange of ideas and serving as a central meeting place for a variety of community groups. While their physical location at Balboa Avenue closed in July of 2007, the current board continues organizing and programming around Chicagoland. Over the years, Hot House has been awarded with many of the top honors in the arts and culture industry, including Best of Chicago, Chicagoan of the Year, and the Abbey, all reflecting its lasting impact in our region. Congratulations once again to Hot House on this incredible milestone, and I wish the organization many more years of success. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Clara Martin, a beloved Georgia educator, broadcaster, and community leader who passed away on June 21st at the age of 94. A graduate of the University of Georgia, Ms. Martin spent 14 years on the faculty at Brenau University, where she launched the school's journalism program and its first radio station. She went on to own and operate 2 radio stations in Clarksville, lead adult education programs at Piedmont College, and later returned to Brenau to direct its journalism and broadcasting programs until her retirement in 2006. Clara also served as a U.S. Census Bureau district administrator and correspondent for several Georgia newspapers. Her decades of work shaped generations of Georgia journalists and broadcasters. She is survived by 3 daughters, 5 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild. Georgia is grateful for Clara's remarkable legacy of service and education. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Fred Gretsch, a resident of Pooler, Georgia, and to wish him a happy 80th birthday. Fred is the 4th generation of his family to lead Gretsch, the storied musical instrument manufacturer founded in Brooklyn in 1883 by his great-grandfather, Friedrich Gretsch, a German immigrant. In 1984, Fred and his wife, Diana, bought the company back into the family hands and built it into a world-renowned name it is today, known for that great Gretsch sound. Gretsch's instruments have shaped American music, played by George Harrison, Elvis Presley, Chet Adams, and Charlie Watts, among many others. Since bringing the company home to Georgia's 1st District, Fred and Dinah have generously supported music education, including establishing the Fred and Dinah Gretsch School of Music at Georgia Southern University. On behalf of Georgia's 1st District, I congratulate Fred Gretsch on 80 remarkable years and thank him for his contributions to American music, craftsmanship, and philanthropy. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a true hometown treasure in Georgia's 1st Congressional District, Market on the Square in historic downtown St. Mary's, as it celebrates 25 years of serving our community. Since opening its doors in 2002, after the restoration of the historic Hernandez grocery store building, this family-owned business has become much more than a general store. Whether you're picking up a souvenir before visiting Cumberland Island, enjoying an ice cream cone on a warm summer day, or finding the perfect gift for someone, Market on the Square has created lasting memories for many families. For 25 years, they have watched downtown St. Mary's grow, preserved through challenges and storms, and remained a cornerstone of one of Georgia's most charming waterfront communities. Businesses like Market on the Square are the heart of Main Street America, strengthening our local economy while preserving the character and hospitality that make St. Mary's so very special. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to wish my good friend a very happy 82nd birthday, Sheriff John Wiltshire, retired sheriff of Chatham County, Georgia. A lifelong Savannah area resident, John dedicated 49 years of his life to serving the people of Chatham County, earning a reputation as a straight-talking tough guy. He served in both the United States Navy and the Army Reserve before joining the Chatham County Sheriff's Office, where he rose to the rank of colonel over 40 years of service. In 2016, Wiltshire became the oldest person elected to the Sheriff's Office in Chatham County history and served with distinction until his retirement in 2024. Throughout his career, John earned the Georgia Sheriff Association Excellence Award and was recognized for his work improving mental health services in jails and raising over $300,000 for the Georgia Sheriff's Youth Home. Happy birthday, Sheriff Wilcher. The 1st District of Georgia is grateful for your lifetime of service. Happy birthday, my friend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the member from Delaware, Representative McBride, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize an incredible Delawarean whose impact has long shaped the work of racial justice in Sussex County and across Delaware. Charlotte King, who founded the Southern Delaware Alliance for Racial Justice in 2015, has committed decades of her life to fighting inequities across health, education, and public policy. As we celebrate a decade of work by the Alliance, we honor and celebrate Ms. King's continued impact, her tireless commitment to her neighbors, and her ceaseless devotion to the betterment of Delaware. Charlotte King has long been a barrier breaker. During her time at St. John's University in the 50s, she was one of the Magnificent Seven, a cohort of 7 Black students who enrolled at the university amidst the Civil Rights Movement. In 2000, she moved to the greatest state in the Union, settling in Lewis, where she began volunteering with the League of Women Voters and was struck by the lack of Black representation in Sussex County. The weight of the untold stories and unheard voices of our Black neighbors is what drove Charlotte to found the Alliance. The organization's primary purpose has been to showcase Delaware's history, identify how to support Black Delawareans, and how to empower all Delawareans to be stronger, better advocates for racial justice and equality. During her 8 years leading the Alliance, Charlotte developed an organization that offered town halls with civic leaders, from local leaders to police chiefs, hosted educational seminars, and supported the development of both the Black Voices magazine and the African American Film Festival. I recently had the privilege of sitting down with Charlotte in her living room to hear the stories of her trailblazing life and to discuss the ongoing need for progress in Delaware and nationally. She is a bold leader, a bridge builder, and she continues to serve as a conscience for our state of neighbors. In the last year alone, her work and impact has been honored. She was inducted into the Delaware Women's Hall of Fame, honored by the Delaware Business Times with a Mitchell Award, and was recently named one of the most influential people in Delaware. At a moment when a coordinated attack on Black political power is unfolding before our eyes across the country, it is leaders, citizen leaders like Charlotte, who embody that charge from the late Congressman John Lewis to get into good and necessary trouble in order to redeem the legacy and reclaim the story of this country. I'm honored to recognize her in this chamber today and applaud her years of service to Delaware and the powerful work she has done to move the first state toward justice for all. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark both the anniversary of a profound loss and the reminder it serves at this moment in our nation's story. 6 years ago, Congressman John Lewis passed away, a titan of the civil rights movement who worked tirelessly to deliver justice, expand equality, and secure the right to vote for every American, including Black Americans. Today, however, we are navigating a moment where the work he devoted his life to is increasingly under threat. We've seen executive actions that would make it harder for Americans to vote. We've witnessed renewed attempts to undermine confidence in our elections and intimidate those who administer them. Right now, in this very Congress, we're facing a renewed push to establish what amounts to a modern-day poll tax on Americans. And most recently, the Supreme Court has facilitated the dismantling of Black political representation in this chamber and greenlit racial discrimination in voting so long as the proponents simply say it's for partisan purposes. Congressman Lewis often spoke of his hopefulness for the future because he was adamant that tomorrow could be better and more just than today. It is our job to pick up that mantle and continue that work. In 2020, while commemorating the anniversary of Bloody Sunday on the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Congressman Lewis reminded us of his important rallying call to get into what he called good trouble to help redeem the soul of America. Throughout his miraculous life, he never lost faith in the central ingredient of change, the necessary foundation of democracy, his belief in the capacity for other people to change, and therefore for our country to change. He reminds us that hope is not reserved for moments when progress feels inevitable or easily attainable. We must harness it, most especially in moments like this one. When the reasons for hopelessness seem greatest, that is when the legacy of good trouble, necessary trouble, is most essential. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Tanque High School softball team on winning the 2026 3A state championship title. The Hawks earned the title by defeating Yuma Catholic by a 10-0 score. This victory marks the team's first ever championship, an accomplishment that is exciting and worth celebrating. During the championship game, Tanque added their first run on the board in the third inning, before adding 6 runs in the fourth, 1 in the fifth, and 2 more in the sixth. Junior pitcher Claire Achilles was named the Class 3A MVP after pitching 6 innings, allowing a hit and recording 13 strikeouts. Additionally, sophomores Michaela Jackson and Ella Haggard each had 3 hits during the game. The Hawks gave all they had and came out on top. I'm so proud of them. To the coach, Coach Mark Stevens, the whole team, and everyone who made this win possible, congratulations. Your hard work has made your school and our community proud. Hawks, enjoy your victory. You've earned it. Here's to another successful season and many, many more. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate South Point Catholic High School softball team on winning the 2026 4A state championship title. This victory marks the team's 7th title in the last 9 years. Confident in the team's ability to win this year's title, South Point coach Tricia Stahn and her staff order shirts with the slogan, "Take It Back 2026, written on the back. At the beginning of the 5th inning, senior second baseman Alyssa Montano led with a single and advanced to second with the help of senior pitcher outfielder Soli Ramos. Then Catherine Peaches Stahn hit an RBI single to center field that scored Montano and tied up the game at 2. The Lancers finished the 5th inning with 3 runs after an RBI single by senior catcher Sarah Camp, an RBI double by senior first baseman Cece Moraga with 2 outs, which put the Lancers ahead 4-2. To Coach Stahn, the whole team, and everyone who made this win possible, congratulations. Your hard work has made your school and our community very proud. Lancers, enjoy your victory. You've earned it. Here's to another successful season and many, many more. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Canyon de Laurel High School softball team on winning the 2026 5A state championship title. After 3 runner-up finishes in the past 5 seasons, the Dorados came out on top this year with a score of 4-3 in the championship game, finishing the season 29-6. This victory marks the team's first state title since 2017. It's also Coach Kelly Fowler's 3rd title since starting at CDO. During the game, junior first baseman Emma Schaefer scored a 3-run home run at the top of the 1st inning, putting the Dorados up 3-0 early in the game. The game was tied up 3-3 for a short time, but the tie was broken after Schaefer forced a walk to load the bases, and freshman second baseman Brooklyn Benavides moved the score to 4-3. To Coach Kelly Fowler, the whole team, and everyone who made this win possible, congratulations. Your hard work has made your school and our community very proud. Dorados, enjoy your victory. You have earned it. Here's to another successful season and many, many more. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Ready? The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Morrison, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, today I rise against the Trump administration's reckless, costly, and illegal war in Iran. In just the last 24 hours, President Trump's deal has collapsed yet again. Tensions have escalated, blockades have been reinstated, and strikes have resumed. President Trump has informed the nation that we are once again at war with Iran, an illegal war that no one asked for, no one wanted, and yet every American is paying the price for. Donald Trump is backing the United States into a corner, and the worst part about it is that he has no plan to get us out. His strategy is to bomb first, think later. He's sacrificing our economy, our security, and our standing in the world. And for what? 1 in 2 Americans can't afford health insurance. Food, housing, and childcare costs are astronomical. Inflation is at a 3-year high, and the cost of gas, groceries, and everything in between is going up. President Trump was elected to office on the promise of lowering costs and ending unwinnable wars overseas. And yet here we are. And now he is demanding that taxpayers pay hundreds of billions of dollars to fund his new, endless, costly, illegal war in Iran. The American people deserve so much better from their president. When Donald Trump first got us into this war, he said it would last about 4 to 6 weeks. Well, now it's been 20. Over the last 5 months, the Trump administration has spent more than $100 billion on their illegal war on the other side of the world. Do you know what $100 billion could fund here at home? Childcare for 7 million children. Health care for 10 million people, food assistance for 45 million Americans. These aren't just arbitrary numbers. Trump's actions have real impacts and real costs on real people's lives. And let's not forget, this comes as Trump made the single largest cut to health care and food assistance in our nation's history last year. After millions of Americans have lost their health insurance and families are struggling to feed their children, President Trump is now demanding that taxpayers send hundreds of billions of dollars to fight a foreign war overseas. Of course, now President Trump has literally told us time and time again that he does not care about the American people. Well, he may not care, but the elected officials in this chamber should. It is literally our job to do what's best for our constituents. We cannot stand by and watch President Trump drag us into yet another mess, especially when it's at the expense of Americans every single time. And let's just step back for a moment here and ask the question, why are we even in this war? This administration still can't give us a good answer. No explanation, no reason, no strategy, no end game. As an American, as a patriot, as the wife of an Army combat veteran, I am outraged. When you make the decision to send American soldiers into harm's way, you better have a damn good reason for it, and you better know what you're doing. We have neither, and this administration continues to recklessly put our troops' lives on the line without care or cause. It's shameful. That's why I'm joining my colleague and combat veteran Representative Pat Ryan in fighting to end this reckless war and reassert our congressional authority over war-making powers. Madam Speaker, we need to pass the No Funds for Iran War Act and stop any more taxpayer dollars from being used for military action against Iran. Both chambers of commerce, which are Republican-controlled, I might add, have passed war powers resolutions to end the Iran war. But there needs to be more. President Trump thinks he's above the law, but he is not. And it's up to the Republican majorities in Congress to stop him. It is their constitutional duty to put the American people, our national security, our economy above a single president's self-serving war of choice. To my Republican colleagues, I plead, what is your line? When will you put the American people first and stop this war? We are not powerless. We can end this war. I implore my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to listen to the American people, find their courage, and end this war. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor a legend and the life of a legend, Wash State University coach Jim Walden, who passed away recently. Coach Walden served as the Cougars' head football coach from 1978 to 1986. From the time he took over between the 1977 and 78 seasons, He was not one to hold back as a coach, and neither was his Cougar football team. The Cougs displayed many of the same characteristics Jim exhibited, including a passion for the sport and an outspoken and charismatic personality. Taking the reins after WSU had had 3 coaches in 3 years, Jim Walden assured the Cougar faithful he would not only stay around, he would stay around and build a winning team. 4 years later, he guided WSU to its first bowl game in many years, the 1981 Holiday Bowl, and that was WSU's first postseason game since 1931. Jim delivered on his promises while defeating nearly every team in the Pac-10 conference. He finished his 9-year stint with 44 wins, at that time the second most among Wash State's all-time list, while also being named Pac-10 Coach of the Year twice, once in '81 and again in '83. After retiring from coaching in 1994, Jim showed his crimson pride by returning to the Palouse, where he served as Bob Robertson's broadcast sidekick for 11 seasons. Jim Walden was inducted in the WSU Athletics Hall of Fame in 2009 and the University of Wyoming Athletic Hall of Fame in 2011 for his play as a quarterback when he was a student there. I commend Coach Jim Walden for his unwavering passion for Cougar athletics and his lasting commitment to the game of football. His leadership helped shape the proud tradition and identity of Cougar football that generations, including myself, have known and cherished. Jim Walden was deeply missed, and his legacy will continue to inspire Cougs. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor a Gonzaga men's basketball legend, Domantas Sabonis, and his significant contribution to Gonzaga University. Sabonis started at Gonzaga in 2014 and 2015, and is before embarking on an outstanding NBA career. Recently, Sabonis provided the school with a transformative gift and had the program's basketball strength and conditioning center named after him in a dedication ceremony last week. The Sabonis Family Strength and Conditioning Center will serve as a training foundation for Bulldog basketball student athletes, supporting year-round strength development, injury prevention, and recovery and performance optimization. The ceremony was held on Thursday afternoon in front of an invited audience of donors, alumni, student athletes, and university leadership, where Sabonis and Coach Mark Few both spoke. Quote, "This is a significant gift from a remarkable family, and we are deeply grateful to their generosity," said Coach Few. Their investment will have a lasting impact on student athletes and help ensure future generations of Bulldogs have every opportunity to grow and succeed. The 3-time All-Star and 2-time All-NBA third-team selection led the NBA in rebounds over previous seasons. He has made a significant contribution to the NBA and now has a lasting legacy at Gonzaga, one that will benefit future generations of Bulldogs. Well done, Mr. Sabonis. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a former Wash State University athletic director, Bill Moose, and highlight his outstanding new book, The Crab Creek Chronicles, From the Wheat Fields to the Ball Fields and Beyond. Bill Moose was a star football player for WSU in the early 1970s and later took a job as a student assistant football coach in 1973. After holding various jobs, he returned to WSU as the assistant athletic director. His career skyrocketed after that, as he became the athletic director and oversaw the rise of 2 major universities, Montana and Oregon. Bill is a storyteller shaped by the land of Eastern Washington and a family that has deep roots in both agriculture and politics. His new book is a memoir of faith, family, and wonderful moments of the sport, including the time that he brought my good friend and WSU legend, Mike Leach, to the Palouse. Congratulations, Bill, on your many years of service to Cougar Athletics and this exciting new chapter of your life, even in retirement. I would also like to note that Bill Luce is a Cougar legend that should be in the WSU Hall of Fame, and I look forward to seeing him to receive that distinct honor very soon. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes. Request is accepted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As our nation continues to commemorate the 250th anniversary of our nation, we are reminded that the ideals for which America was founded are as critical today as they were then. A nation built on a promise that every person has dignity, and that no one should be left behind. The land of opportunity. Last month, the House passed the fiscal year 2027 Agricultural Appropriations Act, funding for the USDA and other ancillary purposes. The bill cuts, unfortunately, the United States Department of Agriculture's budget by more than $1 billion, while farm bankruptcies are increasing, and rising costs to farmers as it relates to energy costs, fertilizer costs, etc., are having a dramatic impact. Certainly in California, bankruptcies are up a year from last year, 44%. That's devastating. In the San Joaquin Valley, growers are already fighting rising costs, volatile markets, and pest and disease threats. That's a normal part of farming. But this doesn't meet the moment. It makes it harder. It makes it harder because the USDA is part of a safety net for American agriculture. And for hungry families, it's even crueler. Hungry families. It takes food off the table. That's why. So I ask, what does it say about us in this 250th anniversary that is intended to commemorate the greatness of our country, that we are stripping food from the most vulnerable Americans and calling it a positive trend? Give me a break. 46% of Americans being cut from SNAP are children. Children, not criminals, not fraudsters, they're children. Over 700,000 kids have already lost their food benefits, and that's only in 12 states currently reporting the child level data. The real number, I think, is far worse. And we're talking about mothers stretching bags of groceries to the last of the week, and oftentimes making difficult choices between food or medicine for their children. We are not talking about, we're also talking about veterans who've served this country and now have difficulty putting food on the table. We're talking about people with disabilities who have nowhere else to turn. We're talking about our neighbors. They are Americans living in the 250th year of this republic, of this celebration. A drop in enrollment has nothing to do with fraud or a stronger economy. Nothing to do with fraud or a stronger economy. It has to do with people losing their benefits, and they are entitled to. And yet many of my Republican colleagues call SNAP cuts and nutrition assistance twice. They've done it twice, once in the big, not so beautiful bill in my view, and they've done it a second time in this ag appropriations that was passed last month. And again, the agriculture appropriations bill made this cut, as I said, 5.6% or another $6 billion below last year's enacted measure. On top of that, they're cutting fruit and vegetable benefits from the Women, Infants, and Children's program. Fruits and vegetables, healthy aspects of our diet, right? It makes no sense why we're making it harder for families and underserved communities to put fresh, healthy food on the table. I voted no on that bill. In my district in the San Joaquin Valley in California, some of the most vital, richest agricultural production anywhere in the country or the world, yet we have a significant amount of people that are food insecure. Almost 30% of households in my congressional district rely at some time or then on SNAP. It's one of the highest ratios in the state. Most of these households include a child, a senior, or a person on disability. These families are not living large, believe me, they are barely surviving. So, Mr. Speaker, in this 250th year of America, I think we should be lifting people up, and not taking food off their dinner tables, because food in America is a national security issue, as I like to say. It's an international security issue when we look at food hunger around the globe and cuts that have taken place in USAID that were devastating, to make but one of those examples. Our founders did not build this nation so that 2.5 centuries later we'd be debating whether or not hungry children deserve to eat. The Farm Bill on the Senate side gives us another
gentleman's time has
chance, and I ask
expired.
that we reconsider the SNAP payments on that Farm Bill in September. Fraud is not a crime. Hunger is not. Fraud is a crime, but hunger
gentleman's
is not.
time has
Let us honor
expired.
the values of this anniversary, and I yield back the balance of my time.
There is no balance. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and remember the life and legacy of John Lyle Keenan of Jasper County, Mississippi. Mr. Keenan was a respected law enforcement officer and a devoted husband, father, grandfather, friend, and neighbor whose service and character left a lasting mark on his community. Born in Rose Hill, Mississippi, Mr. Keenan graduated from Heidelberg High School in 1964. He began his career at Lazy Boy in Newton before entering public service as a deputy with the Jasper County Sheriff's Department. In 1977, he joined the Mississippi Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks as a conservation officer, where he served with distinction for more than 3 decades. While serving at the Department of Wildlife and Fisheries, he rose to the rank of captain for District 4 before retiring in 2010. 2 years later, the Jasper County Board of Supervisors appointed him as interim sheriff, and he concluded his law enforcement career as a bailiff for the circuit court. Mr. Keenan's dedication to public service extended well beyond his official duties. He was deeply committed to the stewardship of Mississippi's natural resources, and he served as Jasper County Director of the Pat Harrison Waterway District. He also held leadership roles as president of the Jasper County Farm Bureau, the Jasper County Soil and Water Commission, the Meridian Stockyard Board of Directors, and the Mississippi Pork Producers. He remained active in numerous civic and agricultural organizations, including the Jasper County Forestry Association, the Jasper County Livestock Association, and the Bay Springs Lion Clubs. Mr. Keenan was widely regarded as a man of honor and integrity, and many sought his counsel on both personal and professional matters, a testament to the trust he earned throughout his life. He was a faithful member of Wesley Independent Methodist Church, where he lived out the values that guided his service. Mr. Keenan will be deeply missed not only by his family, but by the entire Jasper County community. And it is a privilege to recognize his life, his service, and his enduring commitment to the people of Mississippi. With that, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Ansari, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, ICE, the President's paramilitary secret police force, continues to roam American streets and murder people in broad daylight in cold blood. First, it was Ruben Ray Martinez in March of 2025, but ICE covered it up and kept it from the public. Then it was Alex Preddy and Renee Good. ICE shot and killed these 2 innocent people in Minnesota who had done nothing more than exercise their constitutional right to protest and free speech. And then the administration's right-wing propaganda machine got to work, smearing these 2 heroes as, quote, domestic terrorists with not an ounce of evidence. This was coordinated and directed by leadership in the Department of Homeland Security, by then Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, and by the White House itself through heinous racist voices like Stephen Miller. It is not a mistake. ICE agents are completely out of control, and that is on purpose. That is their mission. This is what the Trump administration wanted to happen from the start, to funnel hundreds of billions of dollars to their paramilitary force and then use masked agents and a nationwide effort to spread fear and terrorize immigrant communities. The mass deportation agenda is part of their fascist far-right scheme to amass power by using immigrants as scapegoats and deploying federal troops to American cities like my hometown of Phoenix. All across this country, people are shocked, outraged, and appalled by ICE's conduct and the sheer cruelty of Trump's mass deportation agenda. And yet it continues to happen in service of arbitrary, brutal quotas for bodies. Quotas for bodies of real people to fill beds so that for-profit prison companies like Geo Group and CoreCivic can rake in billions of dollars so families can be torn apart and deported to third countries they've never known. We're talking about 10,000 arrests in a 5-day period this past week. And as part of all of these horrors, ICE has carried out 2 sickening murders just in the last week, one in Houston and one in Maine. ICE is using pathetic excuses and spreading more misleading information with the federal government's bully pulpit to cover up their crimes. This is Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, a 52-year-old father who was driving to work and shot and murdered while doing so. He was not a domestic terrorist. He wasn't going to ram his vehicle into anybody. He had no criminal record whatsoever. He was a hardworking, beloved father of American citizens who was working hard to build the American dream. And if you haven't watched his son Ronaldo speak about his dad, I recommend you do so. It is heart-wrenching. It is outrageous that ICE is claiming Lorenzo, quote, weaponized his vehicle in an attempt to, quote, run over an ICE law enforcement officer. Multiple witnesses have testified that there was never any ICE agents in front of the van. They came in and started shooting from the sides. As with Alex Preddy and Renee Good, ICE is lying and lying badly. I honestly cannot believe how terrible their lies are. And then that wasn't enough. ICE murdered another person in Maine, 26-year-old Joan Sebastian Guerrero, somebody who had a work permit, somebody who had a U.S. Social Security number. And then DHS put out a statement just yesterday, just last night, that said that this man was trying to drive away, and they shot him for these vague quotes of public safety. ICE murdered a Maine resident, a law-abiding resident, in front of his wife and his 3-year-old daughter for no reason whatsoever. This is just pure evil. Democrats in Congress have been demanding accountability for well over a year. We are a nation of laws, not a nation of secret police, of cold-blooded murders by federal agents on city streets, and of black site detention centers. We must urgently work to stop these horrific abuses. It is a moral stain on our country. We must abolish ICE, and we are going to prosecute every single person responsible for directing or enabling or carrying out these crimes. Lives are at stake. How many more families and communities need to be torn apart for Republicans in Congress to do something? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Luray High School Bulldog Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the Rotary Club of Front Royal as it celebrates 100 years of service to Warren County and the Commonwealth of Virginia. Chartered in 1926, this club has helped shape the very fabric of its community. Its members were instrumental in the early advocacy that led to the creation of Skyline Drive and Shenandoah National Park, even sending a delegation to meet with President Calvin Coolidge. They supported the establishment of the Front Royal State Fish Hatchery and helped found the local Chamber of Commerce. For generations, many of the community's civic, business, and educational leaders have been proud Rotarians. For a century, the Rotary Club of Front Royal has embodied the commitment of service above self. The club has contributed more than $1.5 million to local and international causes, supported youth leadership and scholarship programs, and partnered with Warren County Public Schools and countless community organizations. Mr. Speaker, I commend the club for 100 years of extraordinary leadership and service, and I look forward to its continued impact in the century ahead. Mr. Speaker, the Luray High School Bulldog boys basketball team are state champions for the first time in 50 years, defeating Fort Chiswell in a historic double overtime victory at the Siegel Center. This championship was not about one star, it was a total team effort. While a player from Fort Chiswell delivered a record-setting performance, Luray answered with contributions across the roster. Matthew Owens, Connor Hilliard, Riley Benson, Aiden Haddock, and Will Judy all stepped up in key moments, while younger players like Cole Hilliard, Aiden Cook, and Cade Horn delivered when called upon. Under the leadership of Coach Matt Huff, this team showed resilience through foul trouble, multiple lead changes, and 2 overtime periods. They stayed composed, executed when it mattered most, and never quit. Mr. Speaker, this was a complete team victory earned through discipline, toughness, and trust in one another, and a moment that will be remembered in Luray for generations. Please join me in congratulating the Luray Bulldogs. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 90th anniversary of the Salem Host Lions Club, whose members faithfully served the city of Salem and the Roanoke Valley since 1935. Founded with 21 charter members, the club continues its proud tradition of service through dedicated volunteers who strengthen their community every day. For decades, Salem Host Lions have operated concession stands at Salem Stadium, raising funds that support scholarships, local schools, youth programs, charitable organizations, and first responders throughout Southwest Virginia. In the past year alone, the club distributed more than $40,000 in community donations while providing student vision screenings, recycling eyeglasses, and supporting families across the region. I also recognize the club's current leadership, President Phil Eddy, Secretary Tammy Brightwell, Administrative Treasurer Earl Pedry, and Activities Treasurer Barry Dick. For 90 years, the Salem Host Lions Club has exemplified service above self and the enduring spirit of volunteerism. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating the Salem Host Lions Club on this milestone anniversary and thanking its members for their outstanding service. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in celebration of the Working Families Tax Cuts, one of the boldest, most successful acts of legislation in recent history. For years, American families were burdened by unnecessary taxes, forcing families to bear the brunt of government overreach. Under House Republican leadership, we returned that money to the American people and restored common sense, family-first policies to Washington. Mr. Speaker, the numbers do not lie. According to IRS data, the Working Families Tax Cut returned more than $310 billion to Americans and their families, with the average tax refund climbing to nearly $3,300, an increase of more than 11% from the year before. More than 60 million Americans, over 40% of all filers, claimed relief through common sense provisions like no tax on tips and no tax on overtime, and our seniors gained an additional deduction on their Social Security benefits. The Working Families Tax Cuts Act is what it looks like when Washington works for families. For millions of Americans, this marks the one-year anniversary of more money for groceries, more money for child care, and more money for the things the average American needs to succeed in the country. I look forward to celebrating more wins for American economic security. House Republicans have delivered, and the American people are better for it. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in the last week, ICE agents shot and killed 2 more innocent people in broad daylight. In both cases, the people they shot and killed weren't even the people they were looking for. In both cases, they shot and killed people who were on their way to work in front of their families. In Houston last week, Lorenzo Salgado Arejo, a construction worker who has lived in the United States for 35 years, a husband with 3 children, no criminal record. He was driving to work with the lunch that his wife had packed for him and his brother riding in the passenger seat when ICE agents rammed his vehicle and shot him because they thought he was someone else. And then yesterday in Maine, Joan Sebastian Guerrero, 26 years old, legally authorized to work in the United States, legally authorized, shot and killed by ICE agents who thought he was somebody else, in front of his wife and his 3-year-old daughter, who screamed, wearing her bluey pajamas while she watched her father bleed to death. How many more innocent people have to be killed in broad daylight? How many more children have to watch their parents shot to death by masked men too cowardly to show their faces? When will this madness stop? When he took his position, Secretary Mullen said that his goal was to get the department off the front page of the news. Well, you're back on the goddamn front page now with 2 innocent people gunned down in broad daylight. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. It is total chaos. And you know what? In both of these shootings, in Texas and in Maine, none of the agents were wearing their body cameras. Congress gave them tens of millions of dollars for body cameras, and none of them were wearing them. Where's the accountability? And you want to know why we won't vote, why I won't vote to give funding to this lawless, reckless, dangerous agency? Mark my words, we are not going to be silent about what is happening. We are not going to forget until there is justice. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, tourists up there who I'm sure are not here to hear me speak. We're just getting out of that horrible heat. Welcome to your nation's capital. I seek today I rise to honor the retirement of Trooper William Buddy Bennett and his impactful career in protecting the volunteer state for 3 decades. Trooper Bennett is well known by the Tennessee General Assembly members and state House members and senators. As a member of the Tennessee Highway Patrol's Capitol Protection Unit, where he was a friend to all. In my 16 years in the state legislature, Mr. Speaker, I came across many state troopers who were as much as part of the legislature as we were. Trooper Bennett was always selfless and kind no matter who was there. He will be dearly missed by the state capitol and his colleagues and current and former members and senators alike, and me as well. As a devoted father and husband, he will commit his time following his retirement to his wife and 2 children at his home in Lebanon. Thank you for your service, Trooper, to our great state of Tennessee, and I wish you well in your retirement, brother. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor an outstanding career of my very good friend and fellow motorcycle rider, Don White, who has spent more than 3 decades serving and protecting the citizens of Lenoir City. A lifelong resident of Lenoir City, Don dedicated his career to public service by keeping drugs off the street and putting bad people behind bars. He built strong, lasting partnerships with the federal and local agencies. He strengthened drug enforcement efforts, and he set a standard of excellence that has elevated the entire department. As chief and later as public safety director, Don guided Lenoir City through periods of growth and challenge with steadiness, integrity, and a devotion to the good people of Loudoun County. His influence was so impactful that the city opened the Don W. White Public Training Center in his honor, ensuring public servants that they will carry forward the values he championed. After 33 years of service, Don White leaves behind not just a career, but a safer, stronger Lenoir City shaped by his leadership. And as I've always said, that bald head is, don't be ashamed of it, that is a solar panel for a think tank, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the appointment of Justice Kyle Hickson to the Tennessee Supreme Court. As a 7th-generation Tennessean, Justice Hickson is the true embodiment of what it means to be a true volunteer. Justice Hickson has spent nearly 2 decades as a public servant and will continue to serve the good folks of East Tennessee in the highest court of our great state. In appointing Justice Hickson, Governor Bill Lee selected a judge whose career is dedicated to upholding and fighting for the constitutional values necessary to maintain liberty, justice in Tennessee. Justice Hickson has been a lifelong pillar of our great community, from working in his family's grocery store as a kid to raising his 3 very lovely daughters. He understands the strength of Tennessee lies in its families, its communities, and the people who call it home. Throughout his great career, he has remained committed to serving both his profession and his fellow Tennesseans with humility and integrity. Justice Kyle Hickson embodies the volunteer spirit through hard work, faith, and principles. His appointment is a testament to Tennessee, and I'm honored to recognize him today and call him a friend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Weed, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Sergeant Thomas Lemke and Deputy Tristan Beecham of the Door County Sheriff's Office. along with Gary Robert Rashid Daughtry for their actions that helped save a driver's life following a serious crash. The crash occurred after the driver experienced a medical emergency, causing his vehicle to leave the roadway. Without hesitation, Mr. Daughtry stopped to help and removed the driver from the vehicle so he could receive immediate care. Sergeant Lemke and Deputy Beecham quickly began CPR and used an AED until ambulance crews arrived to begin patient care. Their decisive response and teamwork played a critical role in giving the driver a chance to survive. Faced with a life or death emergency, each of these individuals stepped forward without hesitation and did everything within their power to save a life. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in commending their courage and expressing our profound gratitude for their service to the people of Door County and northeastern Wisconsin. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Pagel's Ponderosa Dairy as it celebrates its 80th anniversary. Founded in 1946 by Carl and Garnett Pagel, Pagel's Ponderosa Dairy began with just 8 milking cows on their family homestead in Kewaunee County. What started as a small family farm has grown across generations into one of northeastern Wisconsin's most respected dairy operations. Over the last 80 years, the Pagel family has helped strengthen Wisconsin's proud dairy tradition. Under their stewardship, Pagel's Ponderosa currently milks thousands of cows, employs more than 150 people, and remains a leader in northeastern Wisconsin's agriculture and dairy industries. The Pagel family continues to maintain a strong commitment to caring for their animals, land, employees, and their community, reflecting the very best of northeastern Wisconsin agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating Pagel's Ponderosa Dairy on 80 years of hard work and service to the Kewaunee community in northeastern Wisconsin. I wish them continued success for many generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Dave Schmidt, a dedicated servant of the Clintonville community. Dave sadly passed away on June 8th after a courageous battle with cancer. For many years, he gave his time and energy to the Clintonville area food pantry, helping make sure local families had food, support, and someone willing to answer the call when they needed help. Dave was not someone who served for praise or recognition. He simply saw a need, and he stepped forward. And in recognition of that legacy, the Clintonville Area Food Pantry will now be known as Dave's Pantry. This name is a fitting tribute to a man whose kindness touched countless lives across northeastern Wisconsin. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join the people of northeastern Wisconsin and me in thanking Dave Schmidt for his life of service. My prayers are with his family, his friends, and those who knew and loved him. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Deacon Mike Vanderblumen on his retirement from the parish staff at Our Lady of Lourdes Catholic Church and for his 25 years of faithful service. Deacon Vanderblumen began serving at Our Lady of Lourdes in 2001 and was ordained in 2003. Since then, whether visiting the elderly, offering guidance through troubling times, or using personal stories to connect with parishioners, he has supported countless people and helped strengthen their faith. Although he's retiring from the parish staff, Deacon Vanderblumen will continue preaching and lending a hand at Our Lady of Lourdes where he can. His willingness to continue serving speaks to his love for his faith and his dedication to the community that he has served for 25 years. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate Deacon Mike Vanderblumen on his many years of service and wish him all the best in his well-deserved retirement. And with that, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Representative Moore, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise on a sad occasion, but to honor the life and the service of Ashley Moore of my home county, Cleveland County, North Carolina, who tragically passed away just one day after celebrating her 37th birthday. On July 6th of this year, while Ashley was a paramedic with the Cleveland County EMS, while she and her team were responding to an emergency, an impaired driver struck the ambulance from behind, injuring the patient, another paramedic, and unfortunately killing Ashley. Ashley served Cleveland County for 9 years as a paramedic, a field training officer, and an EMS instructor. She dedicated her life to caring for others with compassion and professionalism. You know, everyday first responders put themselves in harm's way to protect their communities. And Ashley embodied the very best of that calling, putting the needs of others before her own until her very final moments. Mr. Speaker, I ask that my colleagues, the House, join me in praying that God will bring comfort and strength to Ashley's family and her fellow first responders during this time. With that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Knott, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The federal government has been too big, powerful, and unaccountable to the American people for far too long. This is most clear in our federal agencies, which have spent years acting as the investigator, prosecutor, and judge simultaneously, and all without any accountability. Put plainly, if a federal agency wishes to stop a particular project or activity, it may do so at any time without regard to the cost that such actions incur on the parties who are being stopped. All leverage and power rests with the regulator, and there is no real recourse for the regulated. This week, I introduced the Limiting Excessive Government Obstruction Act, also known as the LEGO Act, to stop this overreach. My bill is part of a broader effort to rein in the administrative state, to protect constitutional rights, and to eliminate the federal bureaucracy that burdens so many Americans through restricting the creative genius that comes from real liberty. Right now, administrative enforcement cases start and end inside the very agencies that write and enforce the rules. Government officials decide both who to target and then sit as judges over those very people. Very few, except for specialized and expensive lawyers right here in Washington, D.C., have any idea of how to navigate a challenge to an agency action that halts a project. As an example, let's say a farmer is visited by the EPA and instructed to stop farming simply because the EPA alleges that the farmer is violating a specific rule. Right now, the farmer cannot challenge the order to stop farming in a court of law down the street from his home. He cannot continue farming. His only recourse is to file a challenge here in Washington before a, quote, judge that is funded by the EPA. Before the challenge can be dismissed, the farmer must exhaust all administrative remedies before the EPA to show that the EPA overstepped its bounds. Not only is this unfair, but it can take years and cost millions of dollars. That is not how our government is supposed to work. Whether a farmer on their land or a local municipality building a bridge in a small town, we do not work at the mercy of a federal agency or a nameless federal bureaucrat. My bill changes this broken system by giving the regulated party the power to proceed quickly when stopped by a governing agency. Continue with my example. A farmer is stopped by the EPA for farming the exact same way that he has farmed for decades. Rather than having to wait on the EPA's timeline, my bill empowers the farmer to pursue the agency order in an Article 3 court in front of a jury of his peers and then continue on with their livelihood. There, the farmer can seek to dismiss the regulatory effort simply by showing reasonable compliance with the law and/or the subject regulation. The effects of this bill are all favorable. Regulated parties will no longer be bound by the whims of the regulators. Harmless and sound economic activity cannot be stopped by a whim. More certainty in economic activity and projects will increase efficiency and lower costs. The bill will compel the regulating agencies to focus only on unreasonable activity. The farmers, contractors, builders, and states will develop many more ways to design, build, and advance in a compliant and reasonable manner. And lastly, and perhaps most importantly, it will restore the balance needed between the regulator and the regulated. If unreasonable activity is occurring, the government should be forced to prove it in an independent court, rather than a regulated party being forced to prove the government acted unreasonable in an agency forum. Mr. Speaker, the economic miracle that we have enjoyed in the United States was never achieved by a centrally controlled planning and regulatory force. The miracle of the United States economy was conceived by private individuals and entities who had the freedom to build, experiment, farm, and progress in a system rooted in freedom. When the government can stop free people on a whim without any consideration of the cost, we will solidify the decline that so many of us in this country feel today. Mr. Speaker, the American people deserve a government that works for, not against them. It's time that we rein in the bureaucracy and eliminate excessive regulatory burdens imposed by our federal government. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Vindman, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate Culpeper County Public Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Tony Brads. He has been recognized as Superintendent of the Year for the Northern Virginia region of the Commonwealth. This honor reflects Dr. Brads' outstanding accomplishments, as well as the respect he has earned throughout Culpeper County and Virginia's education community. As he marks 21 years as Division Superintendent, Dr. Brads is known as a voice of reason and a tenacious advocate for students, educators, and public schools. Under his leadership, the Culpeper Technical Education Center opened in 2021. This center has expanded opportunity and prepared students with the skills they need to succeed in today's workforce. Dr. Brads represents the very best of public education leadership. I thank him for his commitment to improving the lives and futures of our students. I'm honored to recognize him as my constituent of the week. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate my constituent of the week, Tim Healy, on his retirement as principal of Colgan Senior High School in Prince William County, the first and only principal since Colgan High School opened in 2016. Principal Healy is ending a remarkable 37-year career with Prince William County Public Schools. Throughout his career in education, Principal Healy has fostered an environment where his unwavering belief in his students empowers them to prepare for their next chapter and inspires them to reach their fullest potential. His leadership has shaped not only a school, but a community grounded in excellence and opportunity. On behalf of the entire Prince William County community, and as the dad of a student at Colgan High School, go Sharks, I thank Principal Healy for his decades of dedicated service and his lasting impact on generations of students, families, and educators. I wish him all the best in a well-deserved retirement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate my constituent of the week, Anita Crossfield, on being named a recipient of the 2026 President's Award for Women of the Year. This award recognizes individuals whose leadership and service has enhanced and preserved the quality of life in Fredericksburg. A native of Albania, Anita and her daughter fled wartime in 2004. Her story is similar to my own. Our families came to this greatest country in the world to pursue the American dream. Since then, she has earned a degree from Germanna Community College and established a successful business on Caroline Street. Anita's Cafe and Dessert Bar has become a welcoming hub in the community. In addition to her business, Anita serves on the city's Economic Development Authority and sits on the board of the Fredericksburg Area Museum. Anita, thank you for all you've done to strengthen Fredericksburg. Our community is grateful for all of your contributions. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Christy Rice, my constituent of the week, on her appointment as head coach of the U.S. Women's Cyber Team. A dedicated cybersecurity teacher in Spotsylvania High School, Christy will now guide and mentor cyber experts as they prepare to compete on the global stage. This July, she will lead her all-female team at the Women's International Cybersecurity Challenge in Ireland. In addition to this remarkable achievement, Christy has been named Spotsylvania Teacher of the Year for 2025-2026 and is the recipient of the Presidential Cybersecurity Education Award. These honors reflect on her exceptional leadership, deep professional expertise, and unwavering commitment to advancing cybersecurity education. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate my constituent of the week, Dr. Michael Sidebotham, on his being recognized in the inaugural class of the Virginia Department of Education's Principals of Distinction. This recognition honors outstanding school leaders while supporting their continued professional growth. A longtime principal of Grafton Village Elementary School, Dr. Sidebotham, was named Stafford County's Principal of the Year in 2018. His dedication to students, staff, and families at Grafton Village has stood out. Principals like Dr. Sidebotham play a vital role in shaping the next generation and ensuring every student has the opportunity to succeed. Dr. Sidebotham, thank you for your leadership and your unwavering commitment to education in our community. Thank you, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Bless us, O Lord, this day as we place our trust in you. Sure of your guidance and hopeful for your favor, we put our confidence in you. Let our faith in you be our source of strength. Like a tree planted by the water, may everything that is within us reach to you to sustain us in the work set before us. When the heat of argument or the intensity of debate becomes too much, may we draw from your living waters the refreshment and calm of your quiet presence. When our worries and frustrations inflame our words and ignite our anger, may we find coolness in the streams of your peace and righteousness. Lord, search our hearts that they would be found faithful. Examine our minds that they would prove blameless. Reward us according to our conduct this day and judge us according to the fruit of our deeds. We appeal to your mercy and pray in your holy name with gratitude for your undeserved grace. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, are invited to participate.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Delivering on promises made by President Donald Trump and House Republicans led by Mike Johnson, this is the first anniversary of the Working Families Tax Cut Act. This big, beautiful bill cuts taxes, limits government, expands freedom, and will create jobs. Sadly, every Democrat voted against it. This historic legislation resulted in the largest tax cut in American history, benefiting families. Millions have received historic tax refunds. More than 29 million workers claim the no tax on overtime deduction. More than 35 million seniors have claimed no tax on Social Security addition, and nearly 8 million have claimed no tax on tips. Promises made, promises kept. In conclusion, God bless our troops. Trump is reinstating peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump, mocking Trump, with President Trump now supporting the Lindsey Graham Russian Sanctions Act to bankrupt the Putin oligarchs who oppress the talented people of Russia. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Julia Daniels, a remarkable North Carolinian whose generosity, leadership, and love for our state touched countless lives. Born in New Bern and raised in Raleigh, Julia dedicated herself to preserving and enriching North Carolina's culture and civic institutions. She was a champion of the arts, history, and education, helping strengthen organizations including the North Carolina Museum of Art and the North Carolina Historical Commission. She was often called a professional volunteer, but her impact went far beyond that title. To many, Julia was the embodiment of grace and service. She opened her heart to causes she believed in, inspiring generations through her kindness and civic spirit. As we mourn her passing, we also celebrate an exceptional life and a legacy that will endure across North Carolina for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, when schools are closed for the summer, far too many kids in America go hungry
because they don't have access to nutritious breakfasts or lunches. That's where the incredible Summer Eats program comes in. Funded by USDA and in partnership with states, local schools, and community organizations, Summer Eats provides free nutritious summer meals to kids across the country. Last week, I joined Project Bread on a visit to Summer Eats programs in Leominster and Turners Falls, 2 communities in my district. There I got to talk with young children and teens who told me they loved the meals and enjoyed the ability to spend time with their friends while school is out of session. Thank you to the Spanish American Center and the Gil Montague School District for sponsoring these successful sites. Mr. Speaker, even with important programs like Summer Eats, 14 million kids in the United States of America, the richest country in the history of the world, are food insecure. We've got to reject Republican cuts to nutrition programs and invest more in programs like Summer Eats, which helps to improve health and end hunger now. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My friend, Mr. Wilson, made some remarks about how everybody benefited from the big, beautiful bill. What he didn't tell you is President Trump made a deal with himself when he sued the IRS for $1 billion for releasing his tax returns, along with thousands and thousands and thousands of other Americans. He settled the case with himself and the man he wants to make Attorney General with a clause, an agreement that the IRS would not prosecute or even look at his tax returns, his family's tax returns, or any businesses they're involved with. That means that the $2.2 billion they made this year off of crypto and other questionable companies will be tax-free. That means he's stealing from you and me, the American public. He doesn't want to spend money on his failed war in Iran, or his failure with ICE, who are killing Americans every day. Our country's in trouble. We have a man who's out of control as our president, and it scares me tremendously, and it should scare you as well. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize journalistic excellence in Virginia's 5th Congressional District. This year, news anchor Noreen Turin will retire after 36 years at ABC 13 in Lynchburg, Virginia. Noreen began her career at WJLA right here in Washington, D.C., followed by time at a station in Baltimore before finding her way to the 5th District. Noreen has earned an Emmy Award, Virginia Association of Broadcasters Award, and Regional Edward R. Murrow Award for her incredible reporting. Her dedication to seeking truth and giving a voice to the voiceless have made her a trusted newscaster and beloved community member. I want to congratulate Noreen on over 3 decades of excellence in journalism, and with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor the service of University of California, Irvine Chief of Police Liz Griffin. After more than 33 years of serving her community in law enforcement, including 7 years serving Irvine, Chief Griffin is retiring. Throughout her career, Chief Griffin has led with integrity, transparency, and a deep commitment to community-centered policing. At UC Irvine, Chief Griffin's leadership helped the UCI Police Department implement initiatives that have set new standards for safety, accountability, and public trust. Her work has expanded public access to safety, data, helped implement the Community Safety Plan, strengthened partnerships across campus, and increased the representation of women in the policing workforce. Under her leadership, UCI PD also earned national accreditation from the International Association of Campus Law Enforcement Administrators, placing it among the top 10% of university policing agencies nationwide. Chief Griffin's legacy will continue at UCI and across the University of California system. I want to thank her for her dedication, hard work, and service, and wish her the very best in retirement. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the town of Hookerton and all of Greene County mourn the passing of Mayor Robert Bob Taylor. Bob was a dear friend, and it was a privilege to know a man whose life reflected faith, hard work, and service to others. Born and raised in Greene County, he answered our nation's call to serve in the United States Army before returning home to serve the community he loved. Whether protecting his neighbors through the Hookerton Fire Department, mentoring young people in his church, or faithfully serving as mayor for 17 years, Bob always put others first. His leadership was never about recognition. It was simply about making Hookerton a better place. Above all, Bob was a devoted husband to Carolyn for 65 years, a loving father and grandfather, and a man whose Christian faith shaped every chapter of his life. And I extend my deepest condolences to his family. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House of Representatives for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the remarkable career of a great American, Gina Joy Rigby House, who will soon retire from her role as Vice President of AFLAC. A native of Smith Station, Alabama, Gina first worked for AFLAC part-time during high school. After attending Liberty University, Gina dedicated her career to advocacy and government relations. For nearly a decade, Gina worked for the Gas Appliance Manufacturers Association, and in 2000, she joined a company whose commercials and mascot are familiar to us all, AFLAC. For 26 years, Gina honorably served the employees and shareholders of AFLAC by cultivating relationships with our country's leaders and shaping policies that benefited millions of Americans. Mr. Speaker, I first met Gina and her husband, Mike, in 2018 when I was serving in President Trump's first White House. Gina and I worked together to facilitate an Oval Office event with AFLAC employees to celebrate the passage and enactment of the historic Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which proved to be a memorable day we will never forget. So, Mr. Speaker, I am honored to recognize the distinguished career of Gina Joy Rigby House, who will be remembered by this Congress and her colleagues in Washington for her accomplishments, for her character, for her integrity, and for her steadfast devotion to her work. May the wonderful example she set be an inspiration for generations to come. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor Latavia Sturdivant, a disability advocate, Yonkers resident, New York City Schools educator, author, Lehman College professor, and now Ms. Wheelchair America 2026. Ms. Wheelchair America was established on the principle of giving a platform to women who use wheelchairs, showing that they are more than their disability. The pageant crowns their winner based on advocacy, leadership, and achievements. This title could not reflect Ms. Sturdivant more. Her passion and accomplishments are noted and rooted in resilience, service, and passion for breaking barriers for wheelchair users. Her motto, quote, "Don't pay attention to what we roll in, pay attention to how we roll," end quote, speaks to her will to be a voice in the community. She's an inspiration to all of us, and on behalf of the floor and from the floor of the House of Representatives, I extend my congratulations to Latavia on this remarkable accomplishment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for 1 minute to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, Johan Sebastian Guerrero, Ruben Ray Martinez, Alex Preddy, Renee Good, and dozens of others who are now dead at the hands of ICE, this administration, in detention centers across the country. Fathers, brothers, sons, daughters, dozens who have lost their lives stolen from them at the hands of our government, and the choices of this body, the choices of a House that has enabled a president to spend billions of dollars on funding ICE, choices of this body to not stop a president from breaking the law, and choices of this body for failing to act. Well, Mr. Speaker, it is time to act and for this body to do its job and shut it down. I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up H.Res. 1423 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 85, House Resolution 1423. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 139 to make daylight savings time permanent and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2, at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 8595, making appropriations for national security, Department of State, and related programs for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2027, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. Points of order against provisions in the bill for failure to comply with Clause 2 or Clause 5A of Rule 21 are waived. Section 3A. No amendment to H.R. 8595 shall be in order except those printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Amendments en bloc described in Section 4 of this resolution, and pro forma amendments described in Section 5 of this resolution. B. Each amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 5 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 4 of this resolution are waived. Section 4, it shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 5 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 5. During consideration of H.R. 8595 for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. Section 6. At the conclusion of consideration of H.R. 8595 for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill to the House with such amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 7. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 9237 to amend Titles 10 and 38 United States Code and other federal laws to improve benefits for veterans and the administration of the Department of Veterans Affairs. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 8. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 1181 to prohibit payment card networks and covered entities from requiring the use of or assigning merchant category codes that distinguish a firearms retailer from general merchandise retailer or sporting goods retailer and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Financial Services, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 9. In the engrossment of H.R. 8595, the clerk shall A. Add the text of Senate 1383 as passed by the House as new matter at the end of H.R. 8595. B. Assign appropriate designations to provisions within the engrossment. C. Conform cross-references and provisions for short titles within the engrossment. And D. Be authorized to make technical corrections to include corrections in spelling, punctuation, page and line numbering, section numbering, and insertion of appropriate headings within the engrossment.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the rule and the underlying legislation. Yesterday, the Rules Committee met and produced a rule, HRS 1423, providing for the House's consideration of 4 measures, H.R. 139, H.R. 8595, H.R. 9237, and H.R. 1181. First, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 139, the Sunshine Protection Act of 2025, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 8595, the National Security, Department of State, and Related Programs Appropriations Act 2027 under a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, provides 1 motion to recommit, and makes in order 29 amendments. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 9237, the Take Care of America's Veterans Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs or their respective designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 1181, the Protecting Privacy in Purchases Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designee, and provides 1 motion to recommit. Finally, the rule provides that once the NSRP Appropriations Act is passed, the clerk shall add the text of S 1383, the Save America Act, to the bill and transmit it to the Senate as a single item. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of business to attend to in the People's House this week, and part of that business is passing this rule and the underlying legislation. Now, I'm sure, as is always the case, that our Democrat colleagues will not be focused on the task at hand for even a mere second in this debate. It would be a miracle if they did, Mr. Speaker. You and I both understand that. What they'll end up doing is ruffling their own feathers, working themselves into a tizzy, and spending their time blabbering on about things that are unrelated to the business at hand. Very typical behavior. The rule before us today advances 4 separate pieces of legislation that all bear a common thread. Let me say that again, Mr. Speaker. The rule before us today advances 4 separate pieces of legislation that all bear a common thread. They serve the interests of the American people. H.R. 8595 will make America stronger, safer, and more resilient through the championing of America First foreign policy so that our nation and allies are supported while our adversaries are deterred. H.R. 9237, a comprehensive package of more than 60 bipartisan bills, will enhance and reform the delivery of health care and benefit services at the Department of Veterans Affairs for the entire veteran community, including military and veteran families. H.R. 1181 would prevent intrusive monitoring by the federal government of Americans who exercise their constitutionally guaranteed right to keep and bear arms. H.R. 139 establishes daylight saving time as the permanent year-round standard time for the United States and would dispense with the semi-yearly practice of resetting our clocks. For far too long, the American public has spoken out against this disruptive practice. This Congress and this president will bring the stability to American households that our constituents have been endlessly seeking. Advancing this rule and its underlying bills is the imperative before us today, Mr. Speaker. The American people demand our doing so, and we must act without hesitation or delay. With that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentlelady from North Carolina for yielding me the customary time, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, to all my friends on the other side who have held this floor hostage for weeks on end, let me save them the suspense. Nothing changes with this rule. There is nothing in this rule that forces the Senate to take up the awful Save America Act. Nothing. The majority is simply attaching the Save America Act onto an unrelated State Department funding bill and sending it across the Capitol. The Senate can and will strip it right back out. Everybody here knows that. The fact of the matter is that the SAVE Act is never going to become law because even Republicans know it is a disaster that will make it more difficult, if not impossible, for American citizens to vote. It will make it difficult, if not impossible, for American citizens to vote. So what Republicans are doing here with this procedural move is not some master strategy. It is merely political theater designed to settle another Republican family feud. And if that's enough to flip members who have held up business for weeks, Boy, they are cheap dates. What this rule does is bring to the floor 4 bills. The first would make daylight savings time permanent. Look, everybody has an opinion about changing the clocks. I actually support this bill. But for folks getting crushed by rent, groceries, utility bills, and health care costs, is this really the best the majority can do? Is this really the most pressing issue before the American people at this moment? Then there are 3 bills Republicans tried to bring up weeks ago before their own chaos brought the House to a standstill. One is a State Department funding bill that cuts funding for American diplomacy and foreign assistance. Another would block the use of a merchant code for gun stores, making it harder to flag suspicious purchasing patterns. And then there is the so-called Take Care of Americans Veterans Act. That title is doing a lot of work, my friends. That bill expands some benefits by putting the disability compensation of future veterans on the chopping block, particularly veterans suffering from tinnitus and sleep apnea. In other words, get this, Republicans want disabled veterans to pick up the tab for other veterans' benefits. That's just plain wrong. How hard is it to understand that we shouldn't rob Private Peter to pay Sergeant Paul? And the Veterans of Foreign Wars agrees. They were in the Rules Committee last night. The VFW strongly opposes this bill on behalf of the veterans it represents, and it published a political cartoon to protest the cuts. And what did the Republican chairman of the Veterans Committee do? He and other Republican members sent a letter to the Department of Veterans Affairs asking the agency to review the VFW's accreditation. That accreditation is what allows the VFW to represent veterans before the VA and help them navigate the benefit system. So, disagree with the cartoon? Fine, say so. But do not use the federal government to threaten the VFW's ability to help hundreds of thousands of vets. That sure as hell looks like retaliation to me. Veterans fought for the right to speak their minds. They should not be threatened by their own government for exercising it. But this is what happens when a majority becomes completely consumed by its own dysfunction. Meanwhile, Americans are working hard. They are doing everything they've been told that they're supposed to do, and yet somehow they can't get ahead. And what is this Republican majority doing about any of it? Next to nothing. Next to nothing. And, and one of the bipartisan things that we actually did do to try to bring down housing costs, Donald Trump refused to sign it. He let it become law without his signature because he was angry that the Senate had not passed his voter suppression bill. I mean, imagine that. Think about how screwed up all of that is. Families cannot afford to buy a home, rents keep climbing, and the President of the United States used a bipartisan housing bill as leverage in his fight over election lies. That tells us everything we need to know about this party's priorities. They will move heaven and earth to protect Donald Trump's political power. But when it comes to making life more affordable for regular people, suddenly they can't find the time, can't be bothered. Republicans control the House, they control the Senate, they control the White House, they control the Supreme Court, and they still can barely keep the House floor open long enough to do the people's work. Mr. Speaker, the American people deserve a hell of a lot better than this chaos. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very happy to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm proud to stand beside you today in support of this good rule and talk about the future of America. And I first have to say this, and one of the things that makes America great is that anything is possible. And I am very optimistic that we'll be able to pass legislation to make us all proud. Just last week, we celebrated the 250th anniversary of America and the idea of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And in my mind, when you talk about the pursuit of happiness, in our mind means improved by care. And that's exactly what we are looking to do when we change for the better our VA system. As the son of a veteran and a father of a person now in the military, we make very simple pledges that if you choose to serve your country, we will provide for you after your service. This bill will make sure that surely, that not only will you get the pension you deserve, but the benefits if injured in service. It is common sense, and it's unfortunately has taken this long to get it all together. But the good news is that help is on the way. And we respect those who serve, those soldiers who put their life on the line every single day for us and allowed us to live in freedom for over 250 years. Because for too many veterans, getting health care benefits means dealing with long lines, confusing paperwork, or unnecessary government red tape. This bill will fix that. It makes it easier for veterans to see a doctor when they need one, whether it's at a VA hospital or a trusted provider back at home. It speeds up disability payments, expands the access to mental health care, and also improves care for veterans with serious injuries. And it also helps families who have sacrificed alongside them. It provides more support for caregivers, protects benefits for surviving spouses, and gives service members better tools to transition from military life to civilian careers. Just last week, I met with so many veterans back in my district. And they know that there's some things that maybe we can improve, as always. But what I think politics is the art of the possible. And without doubt, this bill will move forward, keeping the promise that you will get not just your pension, but your benefits you've earned should you be injured in service. And with that, Madam Chair, I want to thank you for putting this forward. This is so important that we move this type of bill forward because we are celebrating the 250th anniversary, the pursuit of happiness, because of the sacrifice our veterans have made. And with that, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, let me just respond to the gentleman by saying that whatever good is in this veterans bill is offset by the bad. I mean, basically, they're saying we're providing veterans benefits by cutting other veterans benefits. I mean, this is a shell game. And that's why the VFW is furious, why they're pissed over this bill, why they've told their membership to contact members of Congress, Democrats and Republicans, to oppose it. If this were a tax cut for billionaires, my Republican friends don't care about an offset. If it's an illegal war in Iran, they don't care about offsets. But when it comes to providing veterans benefits, all of a sudden, you know, we got to find offsets. And those offsets that they have found to pay for this are by cutting other veterans' benefits. That is unconscionable. That is wrong. That is wrong. And everybody should vote no on that bill. Mr. Speaker, I now would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ranking Member McGovern, and I could not agree with you more. I rise in strong opposition to this rule for many reasons, as expressed the outrage about what is in here regarding veterans and their deserved, earned benefits. But for my remarks within it, I'll speak to the Sunshine Protection Act. I worry that this bill is repeating the mistakes of the past and that it is being rushed to the floor without a robust committee process. We tried permanent daylight savings time during the 1970s oil crisis, and it lasted less than a year. The policy was popular until parents realized their children had to travel to school in darkness, armed with flashlights. After 8 Florida children were killed in traffic accidents, the governor called on Congress to end the 2-year experiment early. Over 50 years later, we're making the same mistake again? Please, let's not. And we're doing it with less information. The only hearing on time zones this Congress focused on tourism and golf courses. Members should have been able to speak and ask doctors how permanent daylight savings time would affect our health, safety, and well-being. My home state is Pennsylvania. We did just this in April. In a hearing, Dr. Indira, Director of Sleep Medicine Fellowship at UPenn, explained that our body clocks rely on bright light when we wake up in the morning and dim light in the evening before we go to bed. Under this bill, Pennsylvanians would wake up in the darkness for months. In some parts of the state, over 100 sunrises would be up after 8 a.m. Disruption in our natural sleep-wake cycle can reduce reaction time, alertness, and other measures of performance and safety. And sleep deprivation leads to a higher risk of serious health conditions like obesity, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, depression, and some forms of cancer. This topic deserves robust debate, not a closed rule. Congresswoman Scanlon proposed an amendment for permanent standard time to do just that, but it was promptly rejected. In closing, for the health and safety of our constituents, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the rule. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask that we defeat the previous question. And if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to allow the House to take an up or down vote on an amendment to H.R. 8595, sponsored by Representative Schreier, which would reverse the cuts to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention that were imposed by the Trump administration that could have prevented the ongoing outbreak of cyclospora, a parasite that has already infected thousands of Americans. Last year, the Trump administration began illegally defunding federal health and science agencies, firing scientists and researchers, and cutting programs that keep us healthy and safe. One of the programs that Trump cut was called FoodNet, and it helped federal and state public officials monitor and prevent outbreaks for 8 different foodborne illnesses, including cyclospora. But after Trump and his Doge goons got their hands on this life-saving program, the government stopped monitoring cyclospora. Well, that was stupid. It was dumb, because our country is now experiencing a full-blown outbreak of, you guessed it, cyclospora. For the sake of everyone's health, I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question so we can reverse these dangerous cuts. And Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And to discuss our proposal, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Schreier.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member McGovern, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right now, our country is facing a public health crisis that has been created by the Trump administration. From misinformation about vaccines and life-saving medicines to devastating cuts to critical research, along with political litmus tests, this administration is putting Americans in danger. Specifically, the cuts to the CDC have been disastrous. Our public health workforce has been attacked, and our ability to assess and respond to outbreaks has been decimated. We're now seeing the worst measles outbreak in decades, and the number of Americans affected by cyclospora is rapidly growing in over 30 states. And because of inadequate surveillance, that may just be the tip of the iceberg. Last year, the Trump administration changed the CDC's FoodNet surveillance program, narrowing the number of pathogens under active surveillance, including cyclospora. The health and lives of thousands of Americans are on the line as they contract diseases that the CDC has helped us prevent for years and has screened for years, all because of the actions of this administration. If you are an American right now with measles, this CDC has failed you. As cyclospora spreads, the CDC is not meeting expectations. Communication's been sparse, misinformation's rampant, and real information is lacking. And HHS Secretary Kennedy, as a leader, has been completely absent in helping with any of it. As a doctor and a member of Congress, I am outraged and deeply concerned. We need the CDC to be restored to its previous capacity, because you don't really know how critical our public health service is and our CDC is until there's an outbreak and we can't manage it. And every death from preventable illnesses should be laid at the Trump administration's feet until these changes are undone. Thank Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina will now be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, the American people need to take note of the amount of rhetorical smog emanating from the other side of the chamber because it's obscene. Our Democrat colleagues continue to weave together an entirely disingenuous and deceptive narrative that Democrats are the ones standing at the forefront of the conversation when it comes to supporting our nation's veterans. That has never been the case and will never be the case. If Democrats truly cared enough about veterans, they'd spend their time supporting Chairman Boss' bill and not coming up with hack job so-called solutions that do nothing to reform the VA and deliver high-quality care and service to those who have served this nation. And it's sad, Mr. Speaker, that our colleagues across the aisle have chosen this position. It's sad that they can gin up misleading narratives and hawk them around like someone delivering newspapers on a bike. The bill before us ensures that combat disabled service members who were medically retired through no fault of their own receive the benefits they earned while maintaining equity across retiree populations. This is what happens when personalities of the day and political gamesmanship subvert actual legislating like what Chairman Bost and Republicans have been doing the entire time. The former doesn't deliver for veterans. It treats them like second-class citizens. Their solution is spending more money while delivering fewer outcomes. What? Color us shocked. It's a story as old as time. Instead, the bill before us today would reduce net direct spending by approximately $1.3 billion over the next 10 years. In an era of growing deficits and debt, H.R. 9237 demonstrates that Congress can advance significant veterans' priorities while remaining fiscally responsible and reducing overall federal spending. Republicans are focused on targeted relief that focuses on combat disabled veterans, includes additional fairness safeguards, and does not throw money at a problem with the meager hope of things fixing themselves by osmosis. And let's run through what else you will not find in the cobbled together so-called solutions that Democrats are throwing their weight behind. You won't find a unified Democrat effort to reform VA's outdated construction and leasing processes that delay the opening of clinics and facilities across the country. In Chairman Boss' bill, Republicans are doing just that. You won't find a Democrat commitment to ensure that veterans can continue to access the mental health care support services in the communities where they live nationwide. In Chairman Boss' bill, it's there. You won't find Democrat solutions to slash government bureaucracy that hinder veterans from accessing the care they deserve and earned. In Chairman Boss' bill, they are there. That's the difference here, Mr. Speaker. All Democrats see is another government program to funnel money into without any commitment whatsoever to improving the lives of those the program serves. They'll contort the language they use and the policy gimmicks they cook up to mislead people and organizations into believing mistruths. VSOs, the purpose-driven organizations who are dedicated to advocating for veterans, have been led to believe that Republicans want somehow to rob veterans of their benefits. But that's entirely untrue. As is evidenced by President Trump's efforts, the efforts of Secretary Collins at the VA, and the veteran-driven legislation here in Congress, Republicans see the veterans and meet them where they are. Republicans see and understand the problems that veterans face every day and want to ensure that the VA is nimble, responsive, and right-sized so that veterans are not left in the dark and defend for themselves. And here's a final little nugget that I'll leave you with, Mr. Speaker. The majority of our Republican members on the Veterans Affairs Committees are indeed veterans. There's only one Democrat on that committee who is a veteran. I trust veterans to know and understand what veterans need and deserve. People are actually attuned to issues veterans face as opposed to those who simply haven't the slightest clue. Republicans are the ones with actual solutions here. We're not bloviating like so many have chosen to do. We are fighting for veterans, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I reserve.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So, Mr. Speaker, if there are people watching these proceedings and they're listening to my Republican friends, they may conclude that they sound a little defensive, because they are, and they should be, especially on these veterans issues. The bottom line is that the VFW, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, strongly opposes the disability benefit cuts that are included in the proposed Take Care of America's Veterans Act. And I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record the entire statement of the VFW and their strong, strong, strong opposition to these cuts.
Without objection.
And you know what? I trust the VFW more than I trust the Republicans Millionaires Club that basically populate the United States Congress on their side in this chamber. And the VFW is saying we can do these benefits without punishing other veterans. And I find it amusing because the gentlelady says we need to find offsets. Well, she voted basically to increase the debt by $4.7 trillion in the big ugly bill, adding $4.7 trillion to the debt. Included in that, by the way, is $70 billion, again, unpaid for, for ICE and CBP. I mean, and again, they have no problem with doing that. No problem with tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires, and now America's trillionaire. No problem with tax cuts for them that are not paid for. But when it comes to providing veterans benefits, all of a sudden they have a problem. And by the way, just for the record, there is a discharge petition that has been filed to basically bring the Richard Starr Act to the floor without cutting other benefits for veterans. There is every Democrat is on that. Every Democrat. So we can bring this to the floor. We can have this debate. We can vote on providing veterans additional benefits without cutting other veterans' benefits. I mean, that's the choice. So when we hear these speeches about, oh, we really are doing all that we can and we're on the side of veterans, again, the VFW opposes this strongly. They showed up in the Rules Committee, filled up the Rules Committee hearing room yesterday to show their protest, their outrage over what Republicans are doing. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do this. You can provide veterans the benefits that they need without robbing other benefits that veterans need. It is that simple. So this is outrageous. This is outrageous what's going on, and people should not be fooled. Mr. Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. As I think we can all tell from the ensuing debate here, there are serious issues that this body needs to be wrestling with. But the Speaker has chosen to put on the floor this week H.R. 139, a bill that would make daylight savings time permanent. So I think there's one thing everyone in this chamber can agree on. Americans do not like changing their clocks twice a year. So the big question isn't whether we should ditch the switch, it's how. And unfortunately, the bill that the Speaker has chosen chooses the wrong solution by making daylight savings time permanent nationwide, while denying states the right to enact permanent standard time if they so choose, not if, but when they discover that Congress made the wrong choice. We can all understand the appeal of an extra hour of sunlight in the summer, but permanent daylight savings time comes with serious health and safety concerns caused by even darker winter mornings. If this bill becomes law, winter mornings across the country are going to look very different. Millions of Americans will wake up during the winter months in complete darkness, with the sun not rising until long after people get up and travel to school or work or have to go about their days. In much of upstate and northern New York, communities won't see the sun rise until well after 8:30 a.m. In Michigan, it'll be close to 9 before the sun comes up, and in parts of the Pacific Northwest, sunrise will be pushed even later than 9 a.m. In many parts of the country, children will be waiting for school buses in darkness. Parents will be driving to work before sunrise. Morning commuters, students, and pedestrians will be starting their day in the dark, not because of the seasons, but because Congress decided to move the clock instead of following the sun. We don't have to speculate about what would happen under permanent daylight savings time. We already tried it. During the 1974 energy crisis, Congress made daylight savings time permanent in a failed attempt to save energy. It lasted less than a year. Families found themselves sending their kids to school in the dark, and there were a rash of fatal crashes involving school children. Communities raised serious safety concerns, and public support, which initially was quite strong, quickly collapsed. Congress repealed the policy within months. The science has only become clearer since then. Medical and scientific experts have endorsed the move to permanent standard time because permanent daylight savings time disrupts our natural circadian rhythms, the internal clocks that regulate when we sleep and wake. That disruption has been linked to higher rates of heart disease, stroke, chronic sleep deprivation, and other adverse health concerns. And these bad outcomes are even more serious and long-lasting than the sleep deprivation, traffic accidents, and heart attacks that follow the twice-yearly changes that we currently have. I've also heard directly from my constituents. Like most Americans, they're ready to ditch the switch. But when I asked which permanent system they would prefer if they had to choose, the clear preference was for standard time. And a Gallup poll last year found that Americans preferred permanent standard time to permanent daylight savings time 2-to-1. That's why I've introduced the Bipartisan Sunshine for Our Kids Act with Representative Pat Harrigan. Our bill would end the clock changes, make standard time permanent.
I yield an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. Would make standard time the national default, but importantly, it would also allow for states to adopt permanent daylight savings time through state law if they choose. If we're going to make a permanent change that affects every American, we should follow the science, learn from history, and prioritize Americans' health, particularly that of our children. That's why I urge a no vote on the rule and on H.R. 139. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I inquire as to how much time is left on both sides?
The gentlewoman from North Carolina has 16.5 minutes left. The gentleman from Massachusetts has 10.5 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have great affection and respect for VFW members. In fact, I have great respect and admiration for every organization that represents veterans. It's because of veterans that we speak English here today and that we are the greatest country in the world. I would like to set the record straight about which veterans organizations are supporting this legislation. We have the American Legion, and I'm not going to read the entire quote, but there's a quote here from Daniel Wiley, American Legion National Commander, who said, "For over a century, the American Legion has been the leading veterans service organization advocating for passage of nearly all major expansions or reforms to health care and benefits that benefit veterans and their families. After thorough consideration of the legislation and regulatory environment, which included conversations with legislators who both agree and disagree with the bill, we believe TCAVA is the best plan forward to get these crucial bills enacted into law. The Take Care of America's Veterans Act is, I'm quoting, represents our nation's sacred promise to those who serve and those who leave behind, said Bonnie Carroll, president and founder of the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, or TAPS. The Military Officers Association has supported this legislation. The Wounded Warrior Project and 16 other groups support the legislation before us today. Steve Schwab, CEO of the Elizabeth Dole Foundation, is quoted here. This legislation is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to stand with the veterans, caregivers, and survivors who have sacrificed so much for our country. Mr. Speaker, I have page after page after page of quote from these various organizations that support this legislation. So I believe they are correct in supporting the veterans legislation, which is a part of this rule. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad the gentlelady decided to go down this pathway, because it's not only the veterans of foreign wars that oppose this, but the disabled American veterans, the Iraq and Afghan Vets of America, the Hispanic Veterans Leadership Alliance, the Black Veterans Project, Reserve Organization of America, Veterans Education Success, Student Veterans of America, Marine Corps League, Marine Corps Reserve Association, Minority Veterans of America, Common Defense, Vet Voice Foundation, National Security Leaders for America, Swords to Plowshares, the Chamberlain Network, Unite for Veterans Coalition, Veterans for Common Sense, Veterans for Responsible Leadership. I go on and on and on. But the gentlelady began by mentioning the American Legion. She may not know this, but during, as we speak, the American Legion in Texas, representing one of the largest memberships of the American Legion, has come out against this bill and is urging the National American Legion to now follow its lead and come out against this bill. The bottom line is the more veterans organizations know that they're getting screwed, the more and more they're coming out against this bill. They're in favor of the Major Richard Starr bill, which would provide and expand veterans benefits without taking away other veterans' benefits. It is that simple. This is a bad bill, and quite frankly, the more people realize what's in this bill, the more they realize the cuts in this bill that will adversely affect the veterans community, the more and more people are coming out against this. Mr. Speaker, I now want to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Landsman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to H.R. 1181, which is in this rules package. I want to talk about the bill because it is going to make it harder for us to fight gun violence in America. The majority is bringing to the floor a bill that would prevent credit card companies from coding the sale of firearms, meaning that if you buy a firearm from a gun manufacturer, from a gun seller, this Congress is saying we don't want to track that. We don't want it coded. We code everything, but we're not going to code this. It makes it even harder for us to fight gun violence in America. Some headlines from home. 18-year-old dies after shooting near Westwood store. Cincinnati Police Department investigating after shooting in Avondale. One shot in East Price Hill, search underway for suspect. No arrests made after 3 weekend shootings in greater Cincinnati. These are all headlines from this weekend.
I yield the gentleman an additional 2 minutes.
The question then becomes, why are they siding with gun manufacturers and not law enforcement? Why are they siding with the gun sellers and not our kids? It's a terrible bill based on a flawed ideology that somehow, if you sell a gun, you are more important than the people who get shot by one. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Young lady from North Carolina gets recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we don't side with killers. We side with the Constitution. With that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Can I ask the gentlelady how many more speakers does she have?
We are prepared to close if the gentleman from Massachusetts is prepared.
How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker?
5 minutes remaining for a gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield myself the remaining time.
Recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this debate has made one thing very clear. Republicans are not the victims of this chaos. They are the perpetrators of this chaos. There is only one party that controls this floor and all three branches of government. Republicans set the agenda. Republicans write these awful rules. Republicans control the schedule. And Republicans have chosen to spend week after week fighting with one another while regular working people are getting squeezed. Newsflash to my Republican colleagues: the American people know the difference between working and pretending to work. They know that passing the same voter suppression bill again and again will not lower their rent. They know that stapling the SAVE Act onto yet another piece of legislation will not bring down the price of groceries. They know that threatening the VFW will not improve veterans care. They know that changing or not changing the clocks will not change what is in their bank account. Mr. Speaker, if Democrats were in the majority, we would begin every day with one simple question: how do we make life more affordable for working people in this country? We would work to build more housing. We would work to lower rents and stop giant Wall Street firms from bidding families out of the market. We would take on corporate consolidation and price gouging that are driving up the cost of food. We would lower health insurance premiums and prescription drug prices instead of ripping coverage away to pay for more billionaire tax breaks. We would make child care more affordable. We would lower utility bills and end these stupid tariff taxes that show up in the price of nearly everything that people buy. And we would stay here and we would keep working until the job was done. Now, I'm not saying that every problem would be solved overnight, but we would put real solutions on this floor. We would allow debate. I mean, we don't debate anything anymore. Most of the bills that come to this floor are completely closed, where nobody can offer an amendment. Take it or leave it. I mean, and when something did not pass, we would keep trying. We'd keep trying till we got it right, until we help people in this country. I mean, that's our job. That's what we're supposed to do. And when it comes to veterans, Democrats would fund the benefits that these veterans earned. We would not pit one generation of disabled veterans against another. And that's what my Republican colleagues are doing. And it's really not only frustrating, it's unconscionable. That should not be a partisan statement, by the way, in terms of helping our veterans. That is basic decency. And the American people deserve a Congress that is focused on affordability, not on Donald Trump's long list of petty grievances and attempts to rehash old conspiracy theories from 6 years ago. They deserve a majority that understands that power is not about controlling the floor. It is about using the floor to help people, to improve the quality of life for the people that we represent. Republicans have had their chance. You blew it. You've wasted it. So I urge my colleagues, vote no on the previous question. Vote no on this rule. Let us end the chaos and get back to work for the American people. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Representative from North Carolina, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said at the outset of this debate, we have a lot of business to attend to this week. Our work and service to the American people continues. We are not in chaos, Mr. Speaker. The four underlying measures of this rule meet the priorities of President Trump, the administration, and the American people. We are focused on common sense measures. As we've seen across our country in recent weeks and months, is that the Democratic Party is being taken over by communists. And we know that communists have never made the world a better place to live. A vote against this rule and its underlying measures is a vote to deny the priorities of all three of the entities I've mentioned and to deny positive progress. We would all do well to remember that. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number have risen. The yeas and the nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1423 and adoption of House Resolution 1423 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1423, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 85, House Resolution 1423. Resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 139 to make daylight savings time permanent and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 8595, making appropriations for national security, Department of State, and related programs for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2027, and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 237 to amend Titles 10 and 38, United States Code, and other federal laws to improve benefits for veterans and the administration of the Department of Veterans Affairs, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 1181 to prohibit payment card networks and covered entities from requiring the use or assigning merchant category codes that distinguish a firearms retailer from general merchandise retailer or sporting goods retailer, and for other purposes,
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Vote. The yeas are 217. The nays are 210. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. And the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, over here.
What purpose?
I asked for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number have risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 211. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose is the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove my name as co-sponsor of H.R. 139.
The request is granted.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives messages in writing.
Thank you, ma'am.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise on the House floor today and move to suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 3074, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3074, a bill to direct the Secretary of the Treasury to stop minting the penny, to require cash transactions to be rounded up or down to the nearest 5 cents and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I also am including for the record the CBO estimate for this legislation.
Objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on the House floor in support of Republican Conference Chairwoman McClain's bill, the Common Sense Act. This is a simple, common sense bill aimed at saving taxpayer dollars and modernizing a part of our currency system that no longer makes economic sense. The numbers speak for themselves. According to an audit of the United States Mint, it costs $3.69 to make 1 penny. That's the 19th year in a row, Mr. Speaker, the government has spent more to make a penny than a penny is worth. Last year alone, taxpayers lost more than $85 million producing pennies. Chairwoman McClain's bill simply codifies President Trump's directive to the Mint, stop producing pennies. Of course, we have to be practical. If we're going to no longer make pennies, people are likely to use more nickels. The problem is that nickels aren't exactly a bargain either, and the gentleman from Massachusetts knows it. They cost nearly 14 cents to produce. So we need to make sure we don't solve one problem by creating another one. And that's why Ms. McClain's bill also gives the U.S. Treasury Secretary the authority to move to a lower cost, zinc-based nickel to ensure that increased nickel demand is not mitigating the savings due to the elimination of the penny. The bill also addresses something retailers and consumers are already experiencing. With fewer pennies available, many cash transactions are rounded to the nearest nickel. H.R. 3074 provides a clear, uniform standard for how these transactions can be rounded, giving businesses certainty and ensuring everyone is playing by the same rules. This bill is about good stewardship of taxpayer dollars. It's about recognizing that when government can do things more efficiently, making smart updates where they're needed, and saving money in the process. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3074, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 3074, the Common Sense Act, sponsored by Representative McClain, and I want to thank the representative along with Representative Robert Garcia for their work on this legislation. The idea to end penny production is not a new one. In fact, other countries like Canada, Australia, and New Zealand have stopped producing pennies themselves. However, many of these countries executed this plan through a deliberate and a meaningful process. Unlike the approach taken by other countries, in February of 2025, President Donald Trump abruptly announced on his Truth Social media account that he directed the Treasury to stop minting pennies. This decision, not surprisingly, ignored the critical role and authority, the constitutional authority of Congress in regulating the currency. So while the Treasury Secretary did carry out President Trump's orders, the administration failed to provide a strategic plan or guidance for the public on how to handle this change, which would impact all segments of the economy. This sudden decision is emblematic of how the administration carries out policy. They do it suddenly, without expert engagement and feedback, and without consideration of potential harms. For these reasons, I was glad to see that Ranking Members Waters and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and Representative McClain and Representative Garcia worked together for over a year to thoughtfully provide much-needed clarity to business and consumers in this legislation. In its current form, this bill has made significant improvements from when it was first marked up in our committee. As drafted, the bill now allows businesses to round on cash transactions if exact change cannot be provided, and it also authorizes businesses to continue to round in favor of customers. This legislation also requires the Federal Reserve to prepare a strategic plan in connection with managing the circulations of the penny. Additionally, the bill will now grapple with potential unintended consequences that come from ending penny productions, like rounding cash transactions on low-income and unbanked communities and more. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the gentleman from Arkansas for his leadership on this, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the author of this bill and really ask her for a penny for her thoughts. The gentlewoman from Michigan, our Republican Conference Chair, Ms. McClain.
The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your help on this. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3074, the Common Sense Act. This is a straightforward bill that accomplishes one common sense goal. It stops the federal government from losing money on a coin that almost no one uses. Here's the problem. Every penny we mint costs the taxpayers nearly 4 cents. Think about that. We are spending 4 cents to make 1 cent. Last year alone, that absurd math cost the American taxpayers more than $85 million. I think we can be a better steward of the taxpayers' money with that. As a businesswoman, I can assure you that no business owner in my district or myself would ever spend 4 times as much to make $1. Yet that's exactly how Washington has managed the penny year after year. And quite frankly, that does not make sense. The Common Sense Act fixes it. It directs the Treasury to stop minting the penny for general circulation. And quite frankly, that's it. It does not take away a single penny that somebody already owns. Every penny in your pocket, every penny in your piggy bank, in that jar on your counter stays as legal tender if it's unused. This is not a radical idea. President Trump called for it, and it's his common sense idea, and it should become law. I introduced this bill with Congressman Robert Garcia, and it cleared the financial services with strong bipartisan support. So Republicans and Democrats don't agree on much in this town, but we do agree on this. We shouldn't be wasting $85 million a year to keep minting pennies. And not only do we agree, but I'd like to submit for the record support from local industry leaders that also support this common sense piece of legislation. It's time to modernize our currency policy and bring some common sense back to Washington. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this legislation and vote yes. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, who is also the ranking member of the Oversight Committee.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'm proud to co-lead this legislation with Representative Lisa McClain, and I rise, of course, in strong support of this bill. Now, as has been said, we know that a penny costs taxpayers 3.7 cents to produce, so it makes 0 cents to spend almost 4 of those cents, creating only 1. This bill is common sense, it's got bipartisan support, and it saves taxpayers money and reduces waste. Now, in 2023 alone, the Mint lost approximately $180 million making pennies. The reality is that the penny now is just out of date. Now, as the cost of living increases for many, with folks tapping into now technology, cards, phones to pay their bills, we should not be pouring millions and millions of taxpayer dollars into a coin that is now rarely used. And it's not a partisan idea. As has been said, countries from all across the world, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and others, have stopped using and producing low-value coins without any issues or problems for the population. This bill provides clarity by giving businesses the option, not the requirement, to round cash transactions to the nearest nickel when exact change isn't available. It also ensures that existing pennies, which is more than 114 billion of them, will also remain legal tender. And so, folks, you can keep those pennies if you've got them at home. Now, the government should stop spending nearly 4 cents to make 1 cent coins. The Common Sense Act eliminates a wasteful, obsolete coin while protecting pennies as legal tender. Let's stop throwing good money after the bad and pass the Common Sense Act. I yield back.
Yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's a real pleasure for me to yield 3 minutes to our chairman of the Task Force on Monetary Policy, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas. In my experience of being chairman of the committee on which he serves, he's a man that always comes to the committee and plans on throwing his 2 cents in to every debate. And so I yield him 3 minutes.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate those comments, and I rise today in strong support of the Common Sense Act. This bill's been over a year in the making with my colleagues, Ms. McClain and my colleague from California. And I'm proud of the product that we put forward today. The 1 cent piece, or the penny as it's commonly known, does indeed cost almost 4 cents to produce. And 2024 was the 19th consecutive year the U.S. government lost money keeping the 1 cent piece in circulation. And that's why this year the President rightly ordered the Treasury Department to stop wasting hard-earned taxpayers' monies to produce the coin, and why we're excited to move forward in codifying this action. The Common Sense Act also gives flexibility to the Mint to produce a nickel with cheaper materials. In 1866, Congress mandated the nickel be produced from an alloy of copper and nickel, and we haven't updated the composition since. This bill gives the Mint the flexibility to produce a cheaper coin while retaining Congress's responsibility of coining money. Finally, the bill provides certainty for businesses in their cash transactions with customers without mandating price controls from the government. We're also proud to boast the endorsements of the National Retail Association, the National Grocers Association, the United Steelworkers International Union, and the American Bankers Association, among many. But I must take one moment and note, with the passing of the 1 cent piece, a coin that was mandated in the 1792 Mint Act, a coin that when it was originally produced in 1793 by the United States Mint in that very fledgling facility in Philadelphia, represented 1 cent of pure copper. And over time, with inflation and the changing consumer patterns, we went to the smaller 1 cent piece we now use in 1857. But now, all this time later, the 1 cent piece has passed its prime and time. but it was a coin that was important to commerce from the founding of the country. It was an important coin because every American at least had a few cents in his pocket, even in the toughest times over the last 200 years. But now we move forward. And again, I want to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle on the Financial Services Committee for making these wise decisions and codifying it. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma yields. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Arkansas has no further speakers.
The gentleman from Arkansas has no further speakers and yields to my friend.
Thank you. Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker,
is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation, I congratulate Ms. McLean and Mr. Garcia for their good work. The administration has already ceased penny production, but this legislation does the necessary work of providing meaningful guidance for consumers and businesses across the country. And I again urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman from Massachusetts and the minority for helping make this a strong bipartisan bill to do something that is common sense, with no pun intended, that in fact, for all the good reasons that Mr. Lucas and Ms. McLean outlined, this is the right decision at the right time for the American people. And I would just remind both the bankers across the country, the retailers, and all the consumers out there that, as noted by Mr. Garcia, there are well over 100 billion pennies floating around out there in jars and drawers and cash registers across the country. You may still use those pennies to your heart's content. I urge a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3074 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6556 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6556, a bill to prohibit the use of certain concentration limit exceptions with respect to mergers involving a failed bank unless the applicable agency determines such use is necessary to prevent significant economic disruption or significant adverse effects on financial stability and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this legislation.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, also include in the record the Congressional Budget Office score for this bill.
Also without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 6556, the Failing Bank Acquisition Fairness Act, offered by my friend from Massachusetts. When a bank fails, regulators need to move fast to protect depositors, preserve confidence in our financial system, consider potential buyers, and minimize disruption to families, businesses, and communities. Often, all that takes place in a very short period of time between Friday at close of business and Monday morning at opening for business. At that same time, those decisions should be made by a process that is fair, transparent, and promotes competition. Under current law, federal regulators are generally prohibited from approving a merger or acquisition of a failed or failing bank if the resulting institution would control more than 10% or more of deposits nationwide. However, regulators are allowed to waive these concentration limits under certain circumstances. H.R. 6556 restricts when those concentration limits can be waived to situations in which there are no other qualified bidders for that failed bank and the transaction is necessary to prevent significant economic disruption or adverse effects on U.S. financial stability. This legislation helps address concentration in the U.S. banking sector and promote more transparent, competitive, and accountable approach to resolving failing banks. This legislation includes critical guardrails, such as requiring regulators to report to Congress within 30 days of a waiver on why the waiver was granted, why other qualified alternatives were not selected, and any recommendations for legislative or regulatory changes to improve competition for future bank resolutions. That transparency helps ensure that these decisions are made in the best interest of depositors, our financial system at large, and of course, the American people. This is a practical bipartisan reform that strengthens oversight, promotes competition, and reinforces confidence in the bank resolution process while preserving regulators' ability to respond to bank failures. I want to thank my friend from Massachusetts, Representative Lynch, for his leadership on this legislation, and our colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 6556. I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 6556, the Failing Bank Acquisition Fairness Act, which I introduced in December of 2025. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and Ms. Waters from California, our ranking member, who advanced this legislation unanimously within the committee. Specifically, the Failing Bank Acquisition Fairness Act will prevent megabanks from dominating the bidding process for acquiring a failed bank if there are other eligible bids from well-capitalized and well-managed mid-sized banks, small and mid-sized banks. In the 3 decades since 1994, the number of commercial banks has declined in this country by approximately 50%, hollowing out the small and mid-sized institutions that have traditionally housed local community capital. Small to mid-sized banks are unable to compete with the larger institutions in the failed bank acquisition process, even when attainable opportunities arise which might result in a more favorable result for depositors and impacted businesses and communities. For example, after the collapse of the First Republic Bank, Silicon Valley Bank, and Signature Bank in 2023, which were the second, third, and fourth largest bank failures in U.S. history, as part of the resolution process, federal regulators, including the FDIC, structured an immensely favorable acquisition process to allow J.P. Morgan Chase, America's biggest bank at the time, to acquire the nearly $230 billion in assets and $103 billion in deposits from the failed Republic Bank. Multiple mid-sized banks sought to acquire First Republic, but failed to compete with J.P. Morgan's sheer asset holdings estimated to be close to $4 trillion. As part of that deal, the FDIC also entered into a comprehensive loss-sharing agreement with J.P. Morgan Chase to incentivize that purchase. In fact, the FDIC agreed to absorb 80% of all credit losses. After effectively winning the government auction, J.P. Morgan quickly announced plans to shut down 1/4 of First Republic's 84 branches, rather than preserving consumer access to their local branches. The closure also led to the firing of approximately 1,000 bank employees. Acquisitions such as these are now the norm rather than the exception. This year, U.S. bank mergers and acquisitions have hit a 7-year high, up 45% since 2024. Consumer advocacy organizations such as Americans for Financial Reform and Better Markets have raised serious concerns about the advantages afforded to large interconnected financial institutions like J.P. Morgan Chase in bidding for these failing banks and, as a result, growing ever larger while accelerating the process of consolidation. To that end, I introduced this legislation, the Failed Bank Acquisition Fairness Act, which, if it were law at the time, would have created a more level playing field between healthy, medium-sized, as well as larger banks to both stabilize markets, but also to better serve depositors, businesses, and the impacted communities in which those banks are located, while avoiding mega banks gobbling up smaller banks and the steady march towards consolidation. Mega banks should not be allowed to take advantage of financial crises to increase their domination and pad their own profits. This legislation would take an important step toward increasing competition and improving the resilience of our financial system from economic shocks. I'm proud that this bill was approved unanimously in committee, every Democrat, every Republican, and to have the support of Americans for financial reform to boot. And I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to join my friend from Massachusetts in the importance of this bill and provide just a couple of minutes of perspective. If you go back to the 1980s, it was a period of third world debt crisis, oil and gas lending crisis, real estate lending crisis, culminating in the late 1980s with really the collapse of the savings and loan industry across the country, from too lax supervision and too lax management of these institutions. And in both large banks like the famous Continental Illinois failure in Chicago to some of the large thrifts, the government chose to keep banks open rather than closing them by essentially taking a note back called open bank assistance. And it essentially increased the losses to the taxpayers. So after the resolution of the saving loan bank crisis and all the other related bank failures of the 1980s and very early 1990s, the government said, look, this is out of hand, and we want to enforce a least cost resolution process when a bank fails, meaning we don't want to lose more money after the closing by trying to keep these banks open. And so they offered this ability that whoever paid the highest price, thus the least cost to the taxpayers, was the winner, which it's good policy. But now it's been 30 years later, and the largest banks in the country, as outlined by the gentleman from Massachusetts, they have a disproportionate ability to bid $1 more and thus be the least cost to the taxpayer. Or maybe after the last debate, 1 penny more and be the least cost to the taxpayer. But that means that it's very hard to compete with them. And what the gentleman from Massachusetts has proposed is let's have more bidding for those failed banks by crafting a process that's transparent, that Congress oversees, Congress outlines the guardrails where smaller banks could team up with other capital sources and bid for one of those failed banks and end up being in a much more competitive process. And what the government gets is a more diversified, more competitive banking system instead of the default winner being one of the big 5 existing financial institutions. I want to thank him for the work on this. Thank Chairman Barr of our Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Ranking Member Waters, for bringing our bipartisan team together on the committee and advancing, and I urge members on both sides of the aisle to vote yes on this measure, and I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you. Let me first of all thank Chairman Hill for his kind remarks and his astute observations on the circumstances that have brought us to this point. I will add that I believe this morning it was announced that J.P. Morgan Chase, which was the benefactor of this previous transaction, is now approaching $5 trillion in assets. So that is indeed remarkable, and their market cap is at around about $1 trillion as well. So I think this legislation does point to that loophole that allows mega banks to acquire failing banks, even when the other eligible, well-managed, small and mid-sized banks have submitted competing bids, improving community and regional banks' competitiveness and preventing further consolidation among our largest financial institutions. So again, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Arkansas.
I urge a yes vote on the bill. I appreciate the work on both sides of the aisle, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6556 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to significant transnational criminal organizations declare in Executive Order 13581 of July 24, 2011, under which additional steps were taken in Executive Order 13863 of March 15, 2019, is to continue in effect beyond July 24, 2026. The activities of significant transnational criminal organizations have reached such scope and gravity that they threaten the stability of international political and economic systems. Such organizations are becoming increasingly sophisticated and dangerous to the United States. They are increasingly entrenched in the operations of foreign governments and the international financial system, thereby weakening democratic institutions, degrading the rule of law, and undermining economic markets. These organizations facilitate, aggravate violent civil conflicts, and increasingly facilitate activities of other dangerous persons. Significant transnational criminal organizations continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency with respect to significant transnational criminal organizations, declare in Executive Order 13581. Signed sincerely, Donald J. Trump, the White House, July 13, 2026.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1423, I call up Bill H.R. 1181 and ask for its immediate consideration by the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 447, H.R. 1181, a bill to prohibit payment card networks and covered entities from requiring the use of or assigning merchant category codes that distinguish a firearms retailer from general merchandise retailer or sporting goods retailer and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1423, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Financial Services, printed in the bill, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designee. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I rise today in support of Mr. Moore's Protecting Privacy and Purchases Act. Financial privacy is fundamental to consumer trust and confidence in our financial system. As technology continues to transform financial services, protecting Americans' financial privacy remains an essential part of Congress's oversight role. Merchant category codes were designed to help process transactions, not create mechanisms for tracking or categorizing lawful purchases. Maintaining trust in the payment system requires clear safeguards to ensure that these tools are used for commerce, not consumer surveillance. H.R. 1181 establishes those safeguards by preventing payment card networks and processors from using merchant category codes to target firearms retailers and their customers. The Protecting Privacy and Purchases Act provides important protections for consumers by preventing the misuse of payment systems to monitor lawful purchasing activity. Consumers should not have to sacrifice their financial privacy in order to participate in our modern economy. Protecting financial privacy helps reinforce confidence in the institutions and infrastructure that our payment systems operate around. Americans should be able to participate in the economy with confidence that their lawful transactions are simply being processed, not tracked or categorized or scrutinized beyond what's never necessary to essentially facilitate the payment. This bill helps preserve the integrity of that payment system by keeping it focused on facilitating commerce and efficient movement of funds. Importantly, this bill does not interfere with any existing law enforcement authorities, anti-money laundering requirements, fraud prevention efforts, or other obligations designed to protect consumers and safeguard our financial system. H.R. 1181 is a common-sense measure that simply safeguards financial privacy while maintaining the integrity of our nation's payment network. I urge all my colleagues to support the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Chair recognizes the lady from California, Ms. Waters.
Thank you very much for my time, such time as I consume.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Ladies recognized.
I strongly oppose this bill because it limits efforts to detect and investigate gun violence and acts of terrorism. Before I discuss the bill, let's start with a few sobering statistics. 46,000 Americans die from gun violence every year. That comes out to an average of more than 125 Americans losing their life each day due to gun violence. Of course, America is unusual in this regard. Americans are 26 times more likely to be shot and killed than if you lived in any other high-income country. Nearly 1 in 5 Americans say they have personally witnessed someone shot. In the past decade, more than 1.2 million Americans have been shot, with more than 400,000 who died from gun violence. For many who survive a gunshot, they may still suffer a lifetime of devastating consequences. Most of these data points comes from Guilford's, a gun violence prevention group set up by our former colleague in the House, Gabby Guilford's. Of course, she herself was shot when she served as a congresswoman. And she later set up the group following the Sandy Hook Elementary mass shooting when 20 children and 6 educators lost their lives. Now, a few states, including California, New York, and Colorado, have taken action to require payment card networks to use a merchant category code, or an MCC, to distinguish firearm retails from other types of retailers. Many different types of retailers have unique MCC codes, including florists, barbershops, art dealers, automotive tire shops, and even candy stores. While these merchants' codes don't reveal what individual goods are purchased, they can indicate an unusually large purchase of a type of business that might reveal a risk. This information could help law enforcement track suspicious purchases and prevent even more gun violence. Leading gun safety groups, including Brady, Community Justice, Everytown for Gun Safety, Clifford's, Guns Down America, and Newtown Action Alliance, that is sent the House a letter to urge members to vote no on this harmful legislation. In my letter, they said, the letter that was sent to me said, quote, "We write in strong opposition to H.R. 1181, the Protecting Privacy in Purchases Act. This bill would make it easier for mass shooters, gun traffickers, and even terrorists to abuse our financial systems to stockpile firearms and ammunition undetected." They go on to note that between 2007 and 2018, credit cards were used to finance at least 8 major mass shootings. One of these included the shooting at Pulse nightclub in Orlando, Florida, where 49 people were killed and nearly 60 more were injured in a decade ago last month, in June 2016. Now listen to this. Just days before the shooter opened fire, his intended search history included the terms credit card unusual spending, FBI, and why banks stop your purchases. He had opened 6 new credit card accounts in the 8 months prior and 12 days before the shooting. He spent more than $26,000 on things like a rifle, a semi-automatic pistol, several large magazines, and thousands of rounds of ammunition. Before this, his average monthly spending on his single card was $1,500. None of the credit card operators, payment processors, or banks were alerted to the types of transactions being undertaken, and they did not notify law enforcement officials about these purchases. We don't know for sure, but had these MCC codes been in place for gun shops back then, a financial institution would have been empowered to report these suspicious credit card purchases to law enforcement. Americans are tired of the senseless gun violence and want Congress to do something to curb it. Unfortunately, this bill goes in the opposite direction and would implement a ban on such merchant reporting on the federal level and would literally preempt existing state laws like those in California, New York, and Colorado. And so, I would urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The lady from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman, the sponsor of this bill, Mr. Moore of West Virginia.
Gentleman from West Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 1181, the Protecting Privacy in Purchases Act. My bill preserves two fundamental rights, the right to privacy and the right to bear arms. Americans should not be forced to disclose to payment processors when they buy a firearm. The bill preserves Americans' rights by prohibiting the creation of a separate merchant category code for firearms. This would, of course, become a de facto gun registry. The bill also preempts harmful state laws and gives the Attorney General authority to take any bank or payment processor that assigns or requires a separate code to federal court. For too long, the American people have had their rights undermined by the radical left. The bill's premise is simple: no gun registries, period. In fact, this very body has twice prohibited these unjust registries, once in 1986 and again in 1993 to prohibit the left from destroying Americans' rights. But the gun-grabbing left never stops trying. In 2021, the Progressive Amalgamated Bank lobbied the International Standards Organization to create a separate merchant category code for firearm retailers to advance a backdoor gun registry. Previously, these retailers had always been accurately categorized as miscellaneous retail stores or sporting goods stores. Amalgamated Bank was hell-bent on tracking firearms purchases. It pressured a faceless, unaccountable foreign standards body in Geneva to stand up a new merchant category code explicitly targeting American gun owners and American businesses. When I was state treasurer of West Virginia, we said no to gun-grabbing progressive banks partnering with a European NGO destroying Americans' rights. Under my leadership as state treasurer, West Virginia enacted the first ban on separate merchant category codes for firearms retailers, protecting the privacy of our state's gun owners. 19 states after that followed suit. But a patchwork of state regulations is not enough. California, Colorado, and New York currently mandate that firearms stores have a separate merchant category code, creating a de facto registry in some of the most populous states in our country. This cannot be allowed to stand. We have already seen the Biden administration pressure financial institutions to hand over data on their customers, and a private database of gun owners falling into the hands of a future anti-gun administration is a threat that we cannot accept. Your God-given right to own a firearm doesn't stop at the border of blue states. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Barr, Hudson, for their work on this bill, and I also want to thank Chairman Hill for getting it across the finish line. And I also want to thank Representative Stefanik for her leadership on this issue. These are our God-given rights spelled out in our Constitution, and we proudly exercise them. We will not allow an elitist bank partnered with a foreign faceless bureaucracy to rob Americans of their rights to protect themselves. In West Virginia, we don't ask permission to protect ourselves and our families, and no American should ever have to wonder whether buying a firearm will land them on a government watch list. Privacy and gun ownership go hand in hand. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, and I yield back.
Yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Congressman Thompson, who is a leader in this Congress against gun violence.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank the gentlewoman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 1181, a bill which makes it harder to catch criminals and makes our communities less safe. Today, Under current law, financial institutions are required to report suspicious transactions to law enforcement. They do this every day, and that helps catch human traffickers. These alerts give law enforcement leads that uncover human trafficking rings and evidence that help put these bad guys away. The bill on the floor today blocks states from using this same process to flag suspicious firearms transactions to uncover gun trafficking rings. Gun traffickers don't buy guns like responsible gun owners. And once guns are trafficked, we know bad things happen. Approximately 60% of trafficked guns are delivered to convicted felons. The felons who seek out and obtain trafficked firearms are the people who pose the greatest risk to everyone's safety. Mr. Speaker, gun violence is the leading cause of death for children, for teenagers, and for law enforcement in the line of duty. We should be working to break up gun trafficking rings which supply the guns that kill kids and cops. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky who chairs the subcommittee on financial institutions policy, Mr. Barr.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1181, the Protecting Privacy in Purchases Act, and I thank my friend, the gentleman from Arkansas, the chairman of the Financial Services Committee, for his leadership on this bill and for yielding. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this legislation. I want to thank Congressman Riley Moore for his leadership on this important bill. I want to thank Congressman Richard Hudson for his longstanding work defending the constitutional rights of law-abiding citizens, and our colleague from New York, Elise Stefanik, for her original introduction of this bill in several previous Congresses. At its core, this bill is about protecting privacy and preventing government surveillance on citizens simply for exercising their constitutionally enshrined Second Amendment rights. H.R. 1181 prohibits payment card networks and financial institutions from requiring or assigning merchant category codes, or MCCs, that single out firearm retailers for separate tracking and monitoring. Unfortunately, we have seen repeated examples of progressive regulators and government officials pressuring financial institutions to target lawful industries and lawful customers. From Operation Choke Point under the Obama administration and Choke Point 2.0 under Biden, to the New York financial regulators pressuring insurance companies to abandon longstanding relationships with the NRA, Americans have legitimate reasons to be concerned about the weaponization of the financial system. Despite what those on the other side of the aisle may say, this bill does nothing to prevent law enforcement or regulators from investigating criminal activity, nor does it change the stringent requirements on financial institutions to comply with existing anti-money laundering laws or suspicious activity reporting requirements. But what my friend from California who just spoke, what he doesn't say, but needs to be said, is that the lawful purchase of a firearm protected by the Second Amendment is not in and of itself suspicious activity, nor should it be surveilled by the government. What it does prevent is the creation of a framework that could be used to monitor, flag, and discourage lawful purchases from federally licensed firearm retailers. This is about preventing government actors from using financial data to target Americans who are engaged in conduct expressly protected by the Second Amendment's right to keep and bear arms, a fundamental liberty for Americans. Americans should not have to worry that the lawful purchases that they make will be used to create lists, databases, or surveillance tools aimed at this constitutionally protected activity. My friend, the ranking member from California, cited statistics about annual and daily deaths she says are the result of gun violence. Respectfully, the right to bear arms is not the cause of violence. One murder is too many in America, period. We all agree on that. But rather than blaming gun violence, Congress would be more productive focusing on the root causes of homicide,
the breakdown of the family, lack of active parenting, mental illness, open border policies, policies to defund the police, soft on crime policies like no cash bail, and politically motivated violence like the kind that was behind the murder of Charlie Kirk. Addressing these societal problems does not require unconstitutional surveillance of Americans. H.R. 1181 establishes common sense guardrails to prevent regulatory abuse and safeguard constitutional freedoms. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
From Kentucky yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost, who has been active on this issue of gun violence.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I strongly oppose the Protecting Privacy and Purchases Act. Sponsors claim this bill protects the privacy of gun owners, but in reality it protects mass shooters, terrorists, gun traffickers, and the profits of the firearm industry. Financial institutions have already been using merchant codes to detect crimes like money laundering and human trafficking. They should be allowed to use that same responsible monitoring to help prevent gun violence. I know personally why this matters. The Pulse nightclub shooter opened up 6 new credit cards in 8 months. He racked up more than $26,000 in credit card charges on guns and ammunition in the days before his killing spree in the middle of my district in my home of Orlando, Florida. But our system failed to turn those warning signs into an alert for police. And so he went on and he murdered 49 angels in my community and wounded another 49. Instead of helping to prevent the next tragedy, this bill makes it easier for those warning signs to be missed yet again. It strips law enforcement of an essential tool to stop violence before it happens, making every community in our nation less safe. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. And if the House rules permitted, I would have offered an important amendment to make clear that nothing in this bill should prevent law enforcement from using merchant category codes to assist in investigating and preventing acts of terrorism. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 2 minutes to the distinguished chair of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan of Ohio.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. You don't give up your Fourth Amendment rights when you're exercising your Second Amendment rights. That's what's happening out there. People's privacy is being invaded. These merchant codes are there so they can track. The government can abuse that and track you. If you don't think I'm right about this, we have the evidence. January 15th, 2021, email from the FBI to Bank of America saying, give us every debit card, credit card purchase of anyone in Washington, D.C. for these particular dates. That's bad enough. That's bad enough. You're allowed to travel in this country, too. That's a right we have. But here's what they also say, and also overlay that with, quote, any historic purchase for weapons or weapon-related purchases. What? We want to know what you bought when you were at a certain location, and we want to know if you ever purchased a gun any time in your life with that credit card or debit card. That's what the FBI asked Bank of America to do. That is how dangerous this practice is, and so that's why the chairman's work and the committee's work is so good, and the sponsor from West Virginia, God bless them. You don't give up your Fourth Amendment rights. Our Constitution protects our First Amendment liberties, our Second Amendment liberties, our Fourth Amendment liberties, all of them. They're all important. And that's why this legislation is critical. And I again want to thank the chairman for his good work and Mr. Moore from West Virginia for sponsoring the bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio yields. Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, the ranking member of the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, who has always been an advocate against gun violence.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member. I thank the chair as well. And I also thank those who had the foresight to declare that all persons are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, among them life, 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 liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You're not giving up your constitutional rights when you are doing what you can to protect life. I have been to the funerals. I have seen the people who have lost their loved ones to violence, gun violence. And at some point, we have to do more than contend that privacy trumps the right to life. The person's right to life trumps privacy, especially when no court has said that this is unconstitutional. So that is pure speculation on behalf of some people. I believe that the right to life trumps this right to privacy that they're contending. I yield back. Thank you.
Yields back. Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the chairman, I thank the sponsor, and I rise in strong support of this bill. This is not about crime. It's about control. Once you can flag a purchase, any purchase, you can flag a person. And once you can flag a person, you can control what they buy, what banks they use, and even what they believe. It is wrong. It's un-American. This bill is not just about guns. It's about the precedent that was set. If we allow financial institutions to become the surveillance arm of one party's political agenda today, there will be no limit to what gets flagged tomorrow. Let me be clear. Buying a firearm is not extremism. Buying a Bible is not extremism. Reading the news you choose and want to read is not extremism. Exercising a constitutional right is not extremism. The extreme position is using America's banks to build a permanent list to track who people worship, what they read, and what constitutional rights they happen to choose to exercise. I urge my colleagues to vote for privacy, to vote for freedom, to vote for the Constitution of the United States of America. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlelady from California is now recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to say, because we hear over and over from our colleagues about the Constitution, if using merchant category codes violated the Fourth Amendment, where's your bill on amending this for every purchase at a pharmacy, or every purchase at a liquor store, or every purchase at a casino? This is a standard use, this is a standard accounting tool that's used by banks. And so this argument, unless you're going to follow it up with legislation to essentially make it illegal to track and have the same codes, which is just a 4-digit number, for pharmacies, casinos, liquors, and other things as well, the argument falls flat. Law enforcement still needs this legal process that's already required, law enforcement needs to go through a legal process to access the financial records here. So it's just not a good argument. We're talking about something that doesn't track what you're buying. It doesn't track the guns you're buying. It won't tell them that. But it's just a general tool to help us stop some of the worst mass shootings. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1181, the Protecting Privacy in Purchases Act. The Second Amendment is a constitutional right. Americans should not have their lawful purchases singled out simply because they choose to exercise that right. This bill stops efforts to create a special system for identifying and organizing purchases made at firearm and ammunition retailers. While its proponents present this as simply an administrative tool, in practice, it raises serious concerns about privacy and the unjust treatment of lawful conduct. Americans are increasingly concerned about how much information is collected, stored, and shared. Those concerns are especially valid when it comes to information being tracked that relates to the exercise of a constitutional freedom. Because here's the reality. Tracking the lawful purchase of firearms and ammunition creates a framework for collecting information about law-abiding citizens who have done nothing wrong. My home state of Florida already prohibits this type of surveillance. Floridians understand something that most Americans agree with. Your bank should process your transaction, not track your activities. This bill prevents payment networks and financial institutions from requiring special codes for firearms retailers while preserving existing tools used to combat fraud, protect consumers, maintain cybersecurity, and report suspicious activity. At its core, this legislation is about privacy, fairness, and the principle that the exercise of constitutional rights should never become the basis for surveillance. I thank the chairman and the bill's sponsor for their work on this important issue. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1181, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve, and I tell my friend from California we have no more speakers on the bill.
Okay, thank you. Gentlelady from California is
I
recognized.
yield myself for the balance of the time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Arkansas has no further speakers.
Gentlelady is recognized.
As I conclude, I would just like to point out that when our committee held a hearing last year, none of the majority's witnesses said a single positive thing about this bill in their testimony. That's probably because there is nothing positive to say about this harmful bill. Now, using merchant category codes for firearm retailers won't solve this problem, not even close. The codes themselves don't identify what is purchased, but it might help trigger a flag for unusual and suspicious purchases that gets reported to law enforcement, and that might save 1 life, or 10 lives, or 100 lives, or 1,000 lives, or 10,000 lives, even if it is a fraction of the 416,000 who have died from gun violence over the past decade. Wouldn't it be worth it? And so, Mr. Speaker and members, the audacity of the opposite side of the aisle to tell states you cannot use these merchant codes. Any state in the United States of America, even those who started in some way using these codes, they are now saying they want a law that would preempt your state from being able to use the merchant codes. And so I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
I want to thank colleagues on both sides of the aisle for this debate. I want to thank Mr. Moore for writing this bill, drafting it, persuading the support that he has, and I urge all members on both sides of the aisle to support this bill in the name of privacy in the United States, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1423, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to prohibit payment card networks and covered entities from requiring the use of or assigning merchant category codes that distinguish a firearms retailer from general merchandise retailer or sporting goods retailer and for other purposes.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Frost of Florida moves to recommit the bill H.R. 1181 to the Committee on Financial Services.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Speaker, I ask for the
Gentleman
yeas and
from
nays.
California seek recognition. I'm from Florida. I apologize.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilrakis, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, House Resolution 1423, I call up H.R. 139 and ask for immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 139, a bill to make daylight savings time permanent and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1423, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilrakis, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilrakis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 139.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Sunshine Protection Act. This important legislation will finally end the outdated practice of changing our clocks twice a year and establish permanent daylight saving time. For decades, Mr. Speaker, Americans have been asking a simple question. Why are we forcing families, businesses, and communities to adjust their schedules every spring and fall? The twice-yearly clock change is a relic of the past that no longer reflects the way Americans live, work, and conduct business in the 21st century. And I want to thank the main sponsor, the lead sponsor, Mr. Buchanan from the great state of Florida, my good friend, for working so hard on this legislation for quite a few years. And it is coming to fruition, and I know it's very important that we pass this bill. In Florida, Mr. Speaker, this issue is especially important. Our state is home to families, retirees, small businesses, and industries that depend on predictable schedules and the ability to make the most of every single day. Floridians have made it clear that they are ready to ditch the switch, and I want to thank, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, for his strong support of this bill. Changing the clocks twice a year creates unnecessary disruption. I know you agree, Mr. Speaker. It affects sleep patterns, impacts family routines, creates confusion for businesses, and requires everyone from parents and students to employers and employees, and even our pets, to adjust their schedules for a meaningful benefit. After years of study and discussion, it is clear that Americans value consistency and certainty. Establishing permanent daylight saving time would provide families with more usable daylight hours in the evening, giving people additional opportunities to spend time outdoors, support local businesses, participate in community activities, and enjoy the quality of life that makes our communities so special. Mr. Speaker, I want to add this. This is great for our kids. I want them, and I know most people do, parents want their kids to be outdoors now more than ever. The physical activity means so very much. So for small businesses, particularly those in tourism, hospitality, and recreation, as I said, additional evening daylight can help drive economic activity and create more opportunities to serve customers. In a state like Florida, my home state of Florida, where tourism is a cornerstone of our economy, having more predictable daylight hours is a practical improvement that benefits workers, businesses, and visitors alike. This legislation is also about listening to the American people. Year after year, Mr. Speaker, polls show that strong support for ending the outdated clock change. Families do not want another disruption to their routines. Businesses do not want unnecessary certainty. Americans want a common sense solution. That is exactly what this bill provides. And I've spoken to thousands of constituents on this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, and they agree. They want permanent daylight saving time. I'm proud that this effort has received bipartisan support because this is not about politics. It's about practicality. And again, the ranking member of the full committee, I know Mr. Pallone strongly supports this bill, and he'll have time to say that. It is about recognizing, Mr. Speaker, that our laws should keep pace with the needs of the people we represent. Today, we have an opportunity to take a meaningful step toward delivering something Americans have been asking for: consistency, convenience, and a better way to manage their time. The American people are long past ready to ditch the switch. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this critical piece of legislation, sending it over to the Senate, and I know the President will sign it. I know he's a strong backer, and we appreciate his support again. And finally, we need to bring an end to the twice-yearly clock change. So with that, I will yield back, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate it. I'll reserve my time, though. I will reserve my
Gentleman
balance of
reserves.
my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Okay.
Thank you. I rise today in strong support of the Sunshine Protection Act. This act addresses an issue on which many Americans actually agree, and that's stopping the biannual process of changing our clocks. Only 12% of Americans prefer to switch their clocks twice a year. Far more Americans recognize that the practice is inconvenient and frankly disruptive. Stopping the twice-yearly time change benefits the health and well-being of all Americans. The time change inevitably disrupts sleep patterns and is especially disruptive to the sleep of young children and pets. Time change also is associated with an increase in the rate of heart attacks and strokes in the days immediately following the change. Disturbingly, studies have shown that the increase in stroke rates after the time change are even higher for some of our most vulnerable populations. For example, cancer patients' stroke rates increased by 25%, and people over the age of 65 are 20% more likely to have a stroke in the days following the time change. The Sunshine Protection Act would implement permanent daylight savings time and stop the twice-a-year change that disrupts our sleep and our health. Taking this action will increase the sunshine hours in the evening, allowing many Americans to leave work for more sunlight in the winter months, not darkness. The increased evening sunlight will also provide a needed boost to our tourism industry. Extra sunlight means more time at the beach, more time eating out at restaurants, and more time doing outdoor leisure activities. In my district along the Jersey Shore, tourists can enjoy beautiful coastal areas with serene beaches, embark on fishing ventures along the Atlantic coast, enjoy a nice outdoor concert from iconic musicians in places like Asbury Park, and so much more. Last year alone, New Jersey welcomed more than 120 million visitors to our state, and they contributed more than $50 billion to our state's economy. And our tourism industry needs the boost now today more than ever. The Trump administration's policies, including high visa fees and the detention and harassment of legal tourists, have discouraged travelers from visiting our country because they simply do not feel welcome. Meanwhile, Americans are facing an affordability crisis, forcing families to make difficult trade-offs, including foregoing summer travel. For communities like mine that rely on tourism for our local economies, an extra hour of daylight can make all the difference. Extra daylight also helps deter crime. Researchers at the Brookings Institution found that criminal incidents decreased during an hour of sunlight added to the evening following the springtime change. Making that extra sunlight permanent will help keep our communities safer. And all of these benefits clearly explain why 19 states have already voted to adopt permanent daylight savings time if federal law changed, because right now it doesn't allow them to do that. And these states recognize the benefits, and it is time that Congress allows them to reap those benefits. And for states that have already chosen to follow permanent standard time due to the unique needs of their climate or location, and that includes Arizona and Hawaii, under this bill they can continue to do so. And other states are allowed under the legislation to adopt permanent standard time prior to the bill's enactment. Ultimately, the benefits of stopping the biannual changing of the clocks are numerous and clear. And moving to permanent daylight savings time will bring much-needed evening sunlight to communities across the United States. So it's time we finally end the process of springing forward and falling back, and I urge my colleagues to support the Sunshine Protection Act, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as she may consume to my good friend, my fellow Florida Gator, Ms. Kamek.
So moved.
I recognize her. Thank you.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in strong support for H.R. 139, the Sunshine Protection Act, introduced by my friend and fellow Floridian, Congressman Vern Buchanan. Now, this is one of those issues that has been highlighted here today that brings us together as Americans, regardless of party, no matter where you are. Everyone always asks the same question every year because we are all equally annoyed. Why in the heck are we still changing our clocks? For decades, we have accepted this ritual of springing forward and falling back, even though it disrupts routines, throws off our sleep, and creates unnecessary frustration for families across the country. Now, I will say, Mr. Speaker, for me, it was always a nuisance. But as a new mom with an infant child, getting the baby on a sleep schedule, and to all the moms and dads of infants, you know what I'm talking about. You get your schedule going, and then you have to spring forward or fall back. And then you start cussing the dang time changes. So, this is personal at this point. It is time we stop changing the clocks and we start using some common sense. Now, Floridians, there's lots of us here in the chamber supporting this bill because, well, Floridians, we are the Sunshine State. We value sunshine. And it is critical that we do this because we all know very closely and firsthand that our communities thrive when our families have more daylight after work and after school. Because that extra hour means more Little League games, more evenings at local parks, more dinners at outdoor patios and restaurants, more customers walking through the doors of all our mom and pop businesses, more time for family to simply enjoy being together. And again, as a Floridian, it is hot in the middle of the day in the summer. It gets nice in Florida in the afternoons and evenings. It'd be nice for us to enjoy a little bit more time. I know I'm making this about Florida, but I'm just being honest. You know, hashtag Make America Florida. For a state like Florida that welcomes millions of visitors every single year, more daylight in the evening means more opportunities. This legislation does exactly what Americans have been asking Congress to do, not just for years, but decades. End outdated practices of changing our clocks twice a year by making daylight savings time permanent. It also respects the choices of states that have already opted out of daylight savings time under current law. And let's be honest, there are very few things that everyone agrees on these days, but whether you're a parent like me trying to get your kids to sleep or get your kids out the door for school, or you're a small business owner, a farmer, a first responder, or someone who just wants one less thing to worry about, changing the clocks twice a year is a hassle that most Americans are ready to leave behind. We all have heard the studies here in the debate today about the real benefits to ending these biannual clock changes. The research has suggested that eliminating the time changes improves public safety, and as the wife of a first responder, I very much appreciate that. It reduces disruptions to sleep and can even provide energy savings. So this bill doesn't create any new federal bureaucracies, it doesn't grow the size of government, and it doesn't impose costly new regulations. Instead, it simplifies life. One less thing for the American people to worry about. Sometimes the best thing in Congress that we can do is remove unnecessary burdens that no longer serve its purposes. And that is exactly what we're doing here today. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a practical bipartisan solution whose time, pun intended, has come. Let's stop asking Americans to reset their clocks every March and November. Let's provide some certainty and consistency and a little more sunshine at the end of the day. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 139, the Sunshine Protection Act. I thank my friend and colleague, Congressman Vern Buchanan, for his efforts in advancing this and making this a real change that every American can get behind. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from
Thank you,
New
Mr.
Jersey.
Speaker. I yield now 5 minutes to a member of our committee, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto.
I thank the gentleman from New Jersey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start with a little history lesson. You know, back in 2013, this was my bill. I wrote this bill. I thought it was a pretty good name, the Sunshine Protection Act, back in the day. And it was for good reason. I got into the state Senate. In the state House, you can only file a certain number of bills. But once we got to the state Senate, I really got gelling on coming up with ideas that would help our state. And, you know, up until that point, every idea on trying to stop the clock change was going to standard time. And no one likes standard time. It's darkness in the wintertime. And so we, as the Sunshine State, a lot of Floridians here and coastal New Jerseyans and others here from Louisiana, we like the sunshine. And so it made far more sense to keep daylight savings time, which is the 8 months out of the year that we have light in the afternoon and evenings. I filed that bill without a press release back in 2013. It became statewide news for 4 years straight. Every time this bill came up, it was the most viewed bill in the Florida Senate for 4 years straight. And I will say, I never got a chance to pass that bill out of the Florida legislature, although I know some of my colleagues who are here today ended up doing it after I was gone. It's one of the burdens of being a Democrat in a Republican-dominated legislature. But here we are, many years later, 13 years later, and an idea that I got to write many years ago now is being led by great leaders like Vern Buchanan. I'm a proud co-sponsor of this, and Gus Bilirakis, great Floridians who I enjoy working with, and of course Frank Pallone, our ranking member. And there's a reason this bill was so popular for so long. Small businesses like it because people after work go out to businesses and get to have fun. Beach communities like it, that 1 extra hour of sunshine. Kids can go out and play after school. We saw people are sick of the changing of the clocks. Also, the local farmer doesn't need big government to tell them what time to wake up in the morning. They know what time they want to wake up no matter what, so that change isn't going to affect them at all. And then I encourage schools, education institutions around the nation to adjust school start times based upon what you think is best to keep kids safe. But at the end of the day, we've talked about it's good for business, it's good for recreation, it's good to help out with making sure that we don't have this public health issue every time we're changing the clocks back and forth. It's finally time to bring sunshine across the nation, and I urge my colleagues to support this amazing Sunshine Protection Act, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield as much time as he may consume to the original sponsor of the bill here in the House of Representatives, my good friend, Mr. Buchanan, and I want to thank him for his persistency all these years, along with the former Senator Rubio, who's now our Secretary of State. This has always been a priority for both of them, and I'll yield as much time, as I said, as he may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my bill, the Sunshine Protection Act, which would make daylight savings time permanent and finally end the biannual clock switch. Twice a year, Americans are forced to change their clocks. These changes disrupt their schedule for no good reason. The outdated practice is frustrating for families, workers, schools, small business across the country. And let me just tell you, as someone that's been in business for 30 years, this is gigantic, especially for the small business person. You know, with that additional hour a day, at least in Florida, but across the country, makes a big difference in terms of doing business. And ideally, it helps not just small businesses, but small businesses create most of the jobs in Florida as well. So it's key to both. Polling shows that 2/3 of America want to unlock the clock. My bill is simply a solution to make daylight savings time permanent. Allowing an extra hour of sunlight in the evening gives families more time for outside sports, activities, and school. It stimulates small business and, as I said, job creation, retail tourism, while providing more time for youth sports and outside recreation. And let me just tell you, you see a lot of kids today. The number is 20% of children are obese. They need to be out more. This will make a difference for them. There are also significant health benefits associated with DST that would prevent over 200,000 cases of stroke per year. Nearly 2 million people make a big difference as well in terms of obesity. Importantly, this bill allows states to opt out in favor of the standard time if that's important to them. 19 states have passed the deadline for this. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
And I'll reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now 3 minutes to another member of our committee, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 139, the Sunshine Protection Act. Twice a year, Americans lose sleep, disrupt their routines, and pay the price for a practice that's outlived its original purpose. H.R. 139, the Sunshine Protection Act, ends that twice-yearly clock change and makes daylight savings time permanent year-round. Research shows that eliminating the biannual switch reduces the spike in heart attacks, strokes, and workplace accidents that follow the spring-forward transition. Ending the clock change also means fewer disruptions to sleep patterns tied to that adjustment period. On the safety side, permanent evening daylight means more daylight during peak commuting and after school hours, leading to fewer pedestrian and traffic fatalities in the evening. As with many other policies, the impacts are more dramatic for our less affluent neighbors. Hourly workers, shift workers, and families relying on public transit are hit hardest by sudden schedule changes and reduced evening visibility. More evening daylight reduces the need for artificial lighting and heating in the early evening hours, which can help lower household energy use and utility bills. For Louisiana families, many of whom work in agriculture, fishing, and outdoor industries tied to the Gulf Coast, permanent daylight savings time would mean more usable evening daylight for safer work conditions, recreation, and valuable time with their families. The American Farm Bureau Federation supports the Sunshine Protection Act because it provides consistency and reduce disruption for farmers and ranchers. A stable, year-round time system makes it easier to plan work, transportation, and market schedules. For agriculture, ending a twice-yearly change means fewer disruptions to the schedule that livestock and labor already depend on. H.R. 139 offers a simple, permanent fix, no more clock changes, more usable evening daylight, and a system that works better for working families, rural communities, and the American agriculture. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Florida.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as you may consume to my good friend, fellow Florida Gator. Again, I'll give him as much time as he may consume, Mr. Stubbe.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 139, the Sunshine Protection Act. For me, this vote has been nearly a decade in the making. In 2018, at the Braden River Barbershop, shortly after we turned back the clocks to standard time, everyone was complaining about the change. Kids are not waking up on time, everyone is tired, the rise of health-related issues, not able to enjoy activities in the evening, the list went on and on. So the question was, why are we still changing the clocks? And as a state senator in Florida at the time, everyone looked at me and asked if we could do something about it. So we did. That one conversation led to me introducing a bill in the Florida State Senate also called the Sunshine Protection Act. I didn't know that my friend Mr. Soto had filed it before then, so I was happy to carry on the tradition. The idea was pretty simple. Florida is the Sunshine State. We should not be forced to change our clocks twice a year and lose an hour of usable daylight in the evening simply because of outdated federal law. That legislation received overwhelming bipartisan support in Tallahassee. In 2018, the Florida legislature passed the Sunshine Protection Act, and Governor Rick Scott signed it into law. But there was a catch. Florida could not actually implement the law until Congress acted. The bill's success at the state level led to Congressman Vern Buchanan introducing the federal version of the Sunshine Protection Act and introducing it year after year, never relenting on pushing for its passage. The Senate even passing the legislation unanimously in 2022, yet the House never gave it a vote. When I came to Congress in 2019, I continued to fight to make permanent daylight savings time a reality. And today, Mr. Speaker, after nearly a decade of many people working on this issue, we finally have this opportunity. Americans should never again have to participate in this outdated ritual of turning the clocks back and forth. as we can end the disruption that comes every spring and every fall when the federal government tells hundreds of millions of Americans to change their clocks. 19 states have already acted to support year-round daylight saving time once Congress allows them to do so. Florida has been waiting since 2018. And why should we make the change? Well, the consensus that day at the barbershop was clear for Americans. It's unhealthy and difficult on families with young children. Kids should have more daylight after school to play sports and be outside. Floridians should have more time to enjoy our beaches, our parks, and the outdoors. Small businesses, restaurants, and communities benefit when Americans have more usable daylight in the evening. Today, we have an opportunity to finally fix it. I want to thank my fellow Floridian Congressman Vern Buchanan for his leadership on H.R. 139 and for his years of work on this issue. Mr. Speaker, it is time to lock the clock. It is time to make daylight savings time permanent. It's time for Congress to finally pass the Sunshine Protection Act. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. I'll continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield now 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
Moved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ranking Member Pallone, for this opportunity to talk about the Sunshine Protection Act. I rise in opposition to the bill and the danger it poses to our health and safety. This bill, sadly, is being rushed to the floor as a political bargaining chip without thorough consideration of the impacts, and we have been here before. Permanent time is a national decision with implications for every aspect of our health and economy. It deserves a robust, thoughtful debate and an amendment process that allows members to test each provision of the bill. For example, we should be able to test the provision that eliminates a state's right to opt out of daylight savings time, or the decision to, quote, stop the clock on daylight savings time in the first place. I hear broad agreement in this chamber and beyond that the twice-yearly time changes have acute health consequences. But I want to talk about the chronic, long-term impacts of this bill's late winter sunrise. Early morning light is an important environmental cue to set our body's internal clocks and promote alertness. And dim evening light tells our bodies that it is time to sleep. We function best, scientists tell us, on a physical, mental, and social level when our bodies, the sun, and the clock are the wall that are all aligned. Kids perform better at school. Workers are more alert. That's why observe standard time in the winter months, and why we should at least consider observing it year-round. The American Medical Association, American Academy of Sleep Medicine, the National Sleep Foundation, and dozens of other societies tell that if we stop the clock, permanent standard time is a healthier choice, permanent standard time. But that is not the debate before us. We've been here before. In 1974, children died as a result of permanent daylight savings time attempt then, or trial then, when they were trying to go to school in the dark for hours. In 1974, this was revoked. And more than that, we aren't voting on bills right now that would reduce the sky-high costs of food, fuel, healthcare, or addressing the president's war in Iran. Instead, we're considering a bill that was deadly and dangerous in the past, in the 70s, that we learned from. I hope we don't have to learn that lesson again. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Florida.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I want to add that this bill was heard. The substance of this bill was heard in the Energy and Commerce Committee recently and placed into the Surface Transportation Bill. It does have bipartisan support. And also, if you want your standard time, under this bill, you can keep your standard time. 19 states, again, have passed legislation for permanent daylight savings time. So with that, I want to yield as much time as he may consume to my good friend from Texas, Mr. Sessions.
Recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Mr. Bill Rockos and the Energy and Commerce Committee for bringing this forward. My dear friend from Florida, the gentleman Vern Buchanan, years ago began this process understanding that it was more than just an issue that Congress would deal with. It's also an issue, what's called spring forward, what is it? Spring forward, fall back. So you fall back in as we get to October, and that means you lose the time, the light that you'd had all this time. Spring forward is always seen by the American people, and if you serve for Roger Williams and the Republican baseball team, it's an opportunity for you to be able to see for the first time in life what the day is going to look like to catch a fly ball. The bottom line to this whole thing is spring forward, fall back is something that impacts every single American. And it impacts people when they go to work. It impacts people as they try and find time to play with their children at night, just a little bit extra time. It helps people who have retinal or eye issues to be able to see more clearly for longer from the time they get up until the time they work their way home, perhaps after work. And it's no wonder that spring forward, fall back is something that the American people are asking Congress. Please standardize this and give us more light and opportunity. Spring forward and fall back is an opportunity for the American people to have more time in the light of day to not only live their life, but to accomplish those things rather than being in the dark. Mr. Speaker, I will tell you that what this does is it makes it standard across the country, and it does, because I think that's unity and that puts us all in the same, with the same opportunity, and that is what the American people want. So I couldn't exactly say it because I didn't want to say it wrong, but spring forward, fall back is a common sense opportunity that every single person knows and understands, because as we now have enjoyed our spring forward, if we pass this, we do not have to change it to fall back to darkness, to fall back to changes. Lastly, it impacts my staff greatly and anyone in Capitol Hill, because we are very acutely aware that when we get off work, like hundreds of millions of Americans, they go home in the dark. It means that people go into parking lots in the dark. It means that people go and perhaps walk home or drive in the dark at a time it would be a safety factor. So there are, of course, those that do not want this. That really does not bother me. But for us to address this with fear rather than knowing that the American people want this is the issue about what drives me to be here. It is big in Texas because we spend a lot of time outside. But I want to reiterate to the American people, we are listening. It is something we've taken up for a long time. And finally, Vern Buchanan and the Energy and Commerce Committee have brought this bill to us. So I'm very pleased to say I will be an aye vote, and I hope that my colleagues will do the same. I yield back my time to the gentleman from Florida.
Yields.
And I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield myself such time as I may consume.
Repeat that.
I would ask to yield myself such time as I may consume.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to address the issue that was mentioned that in 1974, Congress voted to move to permanent daylight savings time and then reverse that decision. I think that 50 years later, things are different. First of all, in the 70s, when that was the case, things have changed in the sense that schools have pushed about start times later in many districts, including in my district. Dramatically fewer kids walk to school. Also, remote and hybrid work has had significant impact on Americans' commuting patterns. So, things are not the same today as they were in the 70s in terms of what people did and how they worked and how they went to school. So passing this bill now, also in the peak summer months, gives everyone, and that's schools, workplaces, transit systems, time to plan for this change well in advance of the darkest winter months. And I think that's important also. I'm also confident that we are setting ourselves up to succeed this time around so Americans can reap the benefits of eliminating the time change. And again, it's the time change that really is the problem. Most of us, whether you're for permanent daylight savings time or permanent standard time, don't want to see the switching back and forth. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and again, I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield as much time as you may consume to a good chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee who led this through the committee. We appreciate him so very much, and I'll yield him as much time as he may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my friend from Florida yielding. It's fun today because I got my friend from Florida controlling time. I got another friend from Florida speaking for the bill, Mr. Soto, and we got the sponsor from Florida. And I will say also to the American people that, Mr. Speaker, through you, that a very famous resident of Florida mentioned this to me in the Oval Office a couple of weeks ago. So I know it's strong support. So it's aptly called the Sunshine Protection Act. And the reason is people like the longer daylight hours. They feel like daylight even in the wintertime. I live on the very eastern end of Central Time. My district is split almost down the middle. So I represent people who are on the very western end of Eastern Time, and I live on the very eastern end of Central Time. And it does get dark at like 4:30 in the afternoon where I live. And so people want more time and they want more daylight. But the thing is, they just don't want to have to change their clocks. And as my friend from New Jersey talked about in 1974, we did vote to change. It was because of the energy crisis going on when I was a kid. And they changed it in the middle of winter. It was created all kinds of disturbance. And so what we've done with this bill is let people know ahead of time. You're not going to have to change your clock. We have general assemblies that can lock in which time that they want. So we all know that Arizona and Hawaii stays on standard time. They will stay on standard time if their general assembly so choose. Any other state has the opportunity, whether they're in session or not. I know there's always provision. I know in Kentucky they're not in session, but there's a provision if the Kentucky wants to stay on standard time, they have the governor can call them into session and do so. I don't think they're going to do that, but states have so we've given states flexibility, but we've given our country consistency. And I really appreciate my friend from Florida, Mr. Buchanan, for working hard on this bill. And I believe it's the right time to do it. So I encourage my colleagues to support H.R. 139, the Sunshine Protection Act. And I believe it will be good for the American people. So thank you, and I will yield back to my friend from Florida.
Gentleman yields back.
Thank you, and I'll reserve, and I'm prepared to close, but we're going to give you the opportunity, of course.
All right, if you're prepared to close, then I'll start.
Gentleman's recognized.
On our side. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to really stress again why I think that the status quo is bad. I mean, obviously, some people here, I think a majority, would like to see a permanent daylight savings time, and some who I think are, in the minority would like to see a permanent standard time. But the bottom line is we just can't continue the status quo, Mr. Speaker, because the science and research really is clear, and it shows that springing forward and falling back twice a year is harmful to our health, it makes Americans less safe, and it's very unpopular. And studies have shown increases, as I mentioned before, in heart attacks and strokes, mood and sleep disturbances, and hospital admissions in the days after a time change. Studies have also shown that increases in stroke rates, but the time change are even higher for some of our most vulnerable populations, and that includes seniors, for example. The bottom line is American safety is put at greater risk in the days after a time change, and disrupting our sleep has been shown to lead to higher rates of fatal motor vehicle crashes, crimes like robbery, and workplace injuries. So whether or not you agree what should be permanent, the bottom line is that sticking to the status quo and continuing to change our clocks is really the worst option. So I'm going to stand with the 56% of Americans in a recent poll who prefer a shift to permanent daylight savings time to give families more sunlight in the evening hours. And I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back.
Thank you. I will close now, Mr. Speaker. I just want to read off some of the 19 states that proactively passed laws to lock the clock. The great state of Texas, Oklahoma, Colorado, Alabama, Georgia, Minnesota, Mississippi, Montana, Idaho, Louisiana, South Carolina, Utah, Wyoming, Delaware, Maine, Oregon, Tennessee, Washington, of course, the great state of Florida, so it's not a Florida conspiracy. Mr. Speaker, we want to give people an opportunity to go out in the sunshine, an extra hour a day. And I'm thinking, first of all, safety for our seniors, but also for our children. Our children are on these devices constantly, unfortunately. They should be given an opportunity to go out and encourage them to go out and play ball or whatever they'd like to do with their friends. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge a strong, very strong vote in favor of this bill. Again, I yield back the balance of my time, but I will tell you that it's very, very important that we get this done as soon as possible. In closing, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 139, and I'll yield back, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1423, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to make daylight savings time permanent and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Okay, those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
And I would ask for the yeas and nays, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and the nays will rise. Sufficient number have risen. The yeas and the nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote will be followed by a 5-minute vote. Motion to recommit. On H.R. 1181. And passage.
Of H.R. 1181 if ordered.
Of 1181 if ordered.
This is a 15-minute.
This is a 15-minute vote.
vote. The yeas are 308, the nays are 117. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Somebody got. Play here. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 1181, offered by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 1181, offered by Mr. Frost of Florida.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 208, the nays are 217. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is, for what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Yeas and nays. We call for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 201. The bill is passed. Without objection or music, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. We ready to bring the House in order? The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise alongside my colleagues with a heavy heart with the Pennsylvania delegation to honor the courageous life and tragic loss of Pennsylvania State Trooper Michael Pahira, who was killed earlier this month in the line of duty. Trooper Michael Pahira was born and raised in my district. He was named for his father, Michael Sr., and was known as Mikey throughout his life. Trooper Pahira graduated from North Schuylkill High School in 2001, where he was a standout football and wrestling star. After attending East Stroudsburg University, Michael answered the call of service and entered the Pennsylvania State Police Academy, graduating in 2007 as a proud member of the 124th Cadet Class of Pennsylvania State Troopers. Over the next 2 decades, Trooper Pahira would serve his state with distinction, protecting communities in Lehighton, Schuylkill Haven, and Frackville. I attended the funeral service for Trooper Pahira last week alongside his parents, Michael Sr. and Patricia, his sister Jennifer, and thousands of community members, fellow police officers, friends, and law enforcement from throughout the state who gathered to honor his legacy. The stories shared by those who knew him best painted the picture of a man and character, humility, and unwavering dedication. Respect was a constant theme throughout the service. Trooper Pahira lived a life defined by respect for his community, his family, and his fellow troopers. We can honor the memory of Trooper Pahira and show more respect for the men and women of law enforcement and the communities they serve by implementing some common sense legislation that can prevent such senseless tragedies from happening again. On the morning of July 1st, Trooper Pahira was on duty conducting a routine commercial vehicle inspection on Route 81 in Schuylkill County when a truck driven by a Michael Bond struck and killed him. Bond was in the country illegally, ordered to deport, did not do so, and was operating the commercial vehicle with a non-domiciled commercial driver's license issued by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I'm calling on every member of Congress to support the Liars Law to bring common sense and strengthen commercial driver's license requirements, ensuring those with commercial driver's license can read English and are in the United States with legal status. It is our duty to do all we can to provide such safety for law enforcement and everyone on America's roadways.
Trooper Pahira faithfully served the people of Pennsylvania for nearly 2 decades, and his sacrifice will never be forgotten. On behalf of the entire Pennsylvania delegation, I want to offer our deepest sorrow and condolences to the Pahira family, his lifelong friends, the great, brave Pennsylvania State Troopers, and all those mourning Mikey's loss. In honor of Trooper Michael Pahira's life of service, I ask my colleagues to join us in a moment of silence.
Chamber, as well as the gallery, to rise for a moment of silence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
House out of order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Airman First Class Keon Talik McDaniel of Grand Rapids, Michigan, who passed away on June 16th during the influenza outbreak at Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas. Keon was just 25 years old. Keon chose to serve his country, and his passing has left a family grieving, fellow airmen mourning, a brother, and a West Michigan community heartbroken. When someone raises their hand to put on our country's uniform, they make a commitment to all Americans. In return, we owe them a debt of gratitude, our support, and our promise that their service will never be forgotten or taken for granted. Today, we remember Keon, and we stand with everyone who loved him. We also keep in our thoughts all those serving in uniform both here, at home, and abroad, and promise to do everything in our power to protect them as they protect us. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in standing for a moment of silence to honor Airman First Class Keon McDaniel.
I invite all members in the chamber to rise, as well as the members in the gallery, to observe a moment of silence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
Unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, that it adjourn to meet at the hour of 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection.
Thank you.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 201B of the International Religious Freedom Act of 1998 and the Order of the House, January 3rd, 2025, of the following individual on part of the House to the Commission on International Religious Freedom for the term ending May 14th, 2028.
Mr. David A. Anderson of Bowie, Maryland, to succeed Mrs. Vicky Hartzler.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
To Section 803A of the Congressional Recognition for Excellence in Arts Education Act to USC 803A, I am pleased to appoint Ms. Cheryl Johnson of Chevy Chase, Maryland, to the Congressional Award Board. Signed, Hakeem Jeffries, Democratic Leader.
The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to hostage-taking and the wrongful detention of United States nationals abroad declared in Executive Order 14078 of July 19, 2022, is to continue in effect beyond July 19, 2026. Hostage-taking and the wrongful detention of United States nationals are heinous acts that undermine the rule of law. Terrorist organizations, criminal groups, and other malicious actors who take hostages for financial, political, or other gain, as well as foreign states that engage in the practice of wrongful detention, including for political leverage or to seek concessions from the United States, threaten the integrity of the international political system and the safety of the United States nationals and other persons abroad. Hostage-taking and the wrongful detention of United States nationals abroad continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 14078 with respect to hostage-taking and the wrongful detention of United States nationals abroad. Signed, Donald J. Trump, the White House, July 13, 2026.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, on July 14, 2026, pursuant to Section 3307 of Title 40 United States Code, the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure met in open session, with a quorum being present, to consider two resolutions, including in the General Services Administration's capital investment and leasing programs. I have enclosed copies of the resolutions adopted by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure on July 14, 2026. Signed sincerely, Sam Graves, Chairman, Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
Referred to the Committee on Appropriations. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. And for what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate 50 years of Penn State's Ag Progress Days, as one of the top agriculture events in the Commonwealth. This event reflects Pennsylvania's deep agricultural roots and commitment to innovation. What began as traveling field days in the late 1800s, this event has evolved into one of Pennsylvania's largest agricultural expositions. Each summer, farmers, researchers, students, businesses, and families gather to witness the cutting-edge innovation driving the industry forward. In Pennsylvania, agriculture is not just an industry, but a way of life, and Ag Progress Days represents the very best of this industry. Every year, the hard work of our producers is highlighted through more than 800 exhibits, ensuring the next generation has the tools to keep Pennsylvania agriculture thriving. As we celebrate this anniversary, we honor the people whose dedication has shaped Ag Progress Days and made it a lasting tradition. Congratulations on 50 years of progress, supporting rural communities, and growing Pennsylvania's future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it is my honor to recognize Eddie Dean on his induction into the inaugural class of Madison County High School's Athletic Hall of Fame. Eddie is a legendary football coach who led the Madison County program from 1967 to 2005. His impressive record includes winning 3 state championships. Through Eddie's devotion to coaching, he has built a legacy of hard work. But what makes him so deserving of this recognition is not just what he accomplished on the field, but the time he took to better his players off of it. He instilled in them a sense of community, discipline, and integrity. Eddie, your leadership and unwavering commitment to this program are truly deserving of this recognition, and I am honored to name you this week's Constituent of the Week. Congratulations and thank you for all that you do for these young athletes. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 200th anniversary of the First Presbyterian Church of Macon, Georgia. Organized on June 18, 1826, by the Reverend Benjamin Gildersleeve and Reverend Joseph C. Stiles, the church began with just 25 founding members. Since 1858, its historic sanctuary on Mulberry Street has stood as a landmark of downtown Macon and a fixture on the National Register of Historic Places. For 2 centuries, First Presbyterian has served as a mother church to several congregations across Middle Georgia and has equipped its members in every area of life through worship, discipline, fellowship, and mission. Today, First Presbyterian continues to welcome more than 1,000 members, carrying forward a legacy that has spanned wars, revitalization, and generations of Middle Georgia families. I congratulate the leaders and congregation of First Presbyterian Church on this remarkable milestone, and I thank them for 200 years of faithful ministry to the city of Macon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Shame on DTE. Shame on DTE for throwing swag bags to my residents after they went through 4 days without power. Shame on DTE for increasing our rates just a few months ago to $242 million, and then 2 months later ask us for another $474.3 million increase. Shame on you for allowing 400,000 of our families to be without power. We have the most unreliable service in the region, yet we pay the highest rates. Shame on them for throwing $42 reimbursement for spoiled groceries and spoiled medicine, especially when grocery and drug prices have increased. We can't even rely on DTE to get us through the summer storm. This was a 20-minute storm. Shame on you, DTE, for profiting off of our pain. To my residents, it doesn't have to be like this. The Michigan Public Service Commission needs to stop approving DTE rate increases. Instead, hold DTE accountable. I introduced the Make DTE Pay Act to do just that. Make DTE pay for polluting our water and our air while hiking up our customer rates. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the extraordinary legacy and life of Lauren Shields, who recently passed away at just 26 years old. Lauren was the definition of a fighter. After receiving a life-saving heart transplant as a child and a kidney transplant from her mother in 2020, she chose to dedicate her life to serving others. A proud graduate of Albertus Magnus High School and Dominican University, Lauren became a tireless advocate for organ donation, helping pass Lauren's Law, which expanded New York's organ donor registry, before serving as a community and government affairs liaison at Live On, New York. I had the privilege of knowing Lauren and was proud to call her a friend. Even in passing, Lauren gave hope to others as a tissue donor. Today, thousands of Americans are waiting for a life-saving organ transplant. Lauren's legacy reminds us that one decision can save lives and give families more time. I urge all of my colleagues and all Americans to consider registering as organ donors. My deepest condolences go out to Lauren's parents, Jeannie and David, her brother Brandon, and all her loved ones. As Ralph Waldo Emerson said, it's not the length of life, but the depth. In her short life, Lauren made the Hudson Valley and our country a better place. May she rest in peace. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Address the body for 1 minute without objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the life and legacy of my very good friend, Federico Castellan-Sayre, a lifelong activist and an accomplished trial attorney whose commitment to justice and public service is second to none. From an early age, Federico dedicated his life to serving our community. He organized demonstrations against the Vietnam War and helped establish free clinics throughout California. And despite being arrested, beaten, and intimidated, his courage never wavered. And as a trial attorney, Federico carried that same courage into the courtroom, trying more than 200 cases to verdict. And he also provided free legal services to United Farm Workers of California. And he fought for victims of civil rights all over. As a proud Mexican-American, Federico devoted himself to advancing opportunities and improving conditions for all. Federico, my good friend, thank you for your good work. You're not forgotten, and we'll see you soon. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to make a unanimous request to speak for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Today I rise to congratulate WOMT Radio in Manitowoc, Wisconsin on an extraordinary milestone, 100 years of serving northeastern Wisconsin. Since first going on the air in 1926, WOMT has become the trusted source for local news, sports, conversation, and community programming. At a time when much of the media has become nationalized to its detriment, WOMT remains proudly local. Each week, the station produces more than 40 original programs focused on the people and issues that matter in Manitowoc. Its broadcasters celebrate local achievements, provide a platform for community voices, and ensure that local stories are heard. Since the 1960s, the Seehafer family has carried on this tradition of local service. Today, under the leadership of President Mark Seehafer and Vice President Terry Stevenson, WOMT remains a third-generation family-run company with deep roots in the community. WOMT's excellence and truly local focus have been recognized by the Wisconsin Broadcasters Association, which named it the Media Market Station of the Year for 7 consecutive years, a well-deserved recognition. For a century, WOMT has done more than broadcast, has informed your listeners, connected in its community, and proven that local radio is not only alive and well, but thriving in Manitowoc, Wisconsin. Congratulations, Seahafers.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize and honor Minnesota State Senator Steve Swedzinski for his lifelong dedication to education, civic engagement, and public service. Senator Swedzinski began his career in public service as a public school teacher. For over 30 years, he inspired generations of students to become informed and engaged citizens. Senator Swedzinski brought that same passion for public service to the Minnesota State Senate, where he was first elected in 2016. Drawing on his background as an educator, he became a leading advocate for students and teachers across Minnesota. In addition to his championing of students and educators, he is a passionate advocate for protecting the boundary waters and chief-authored legislation for permanent protection of Minnesota's crown jewel. Beyond his professional accomplishments, Senator Swedzinski is a devoted husband to his wife, Patty, a proud father of 2 children and grandfather of 2 grandchildren. His love of family, community, and country has shaped every aspect of his life and service. On behalf of the people of Minnesota, I extend my sincere gratitude for his years of dedicated service and wish him all the best in his future endeavors. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the 137th day of President Trump's undeclared war of choice on Iran. He originally said it would last no more than 4 days. It is now day 137. We're headed toward month 6, half a year, costing taxpayers $1 billion a day. The cost of this war is being borne by hardworking families all across our country, already costing them over $100 billion more added to the U.S. debt. The war is spreading. The President has blockaded the Strait of Hormuz, through which 20% of the world's trade flows. He has turned the U.S. Navy into a traffic cop for the Strait as his blockade resumed, and the Navy is charged with charging vessels 20%, a 20% tariff for passing through, which means prices are going up. Gas had begun to subside, gas prices a little bit, but they just went back up. I just paid $4.35 a gallon. Diesel's much higher. One farmer I spoke to last week told me his fertilizer prices shot up from $90 to $500. This yin-yang is destabilizing, and how sad is it that the President says he doesn't think America's finances, he doesn't think about them when he makes his decisions. Mr. Speaker, our people simply cannot afford the latest war in the Middle East. They're telling us enough is enough. $500 billion more for war?
Time expired.
No. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Does the gentlewoman have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow.